Hi, everyone. Let me just get to something. I FOIA'd the Oregon Parole Board, and they sent me these files, I don't know, pretty soon after her hearing took place, right? And then we were doing a bunch of other stuff, so we didn't get into it. So today I scheduled this whole thing, and I put my files on there. They're audio files. I don't know why the video files aren't there. So then I go back and look at my response, and it says the Oregon Parole Board records their files in audio version. So I don't know, but I have the audio of the whole hearing, and I put it up here. And pull this over. I put a my own graphic there. Let me just get to the live chat. Hi here. Oh, hold on one second. And stop. Okay. Alrighty, let's listen to this. We can listen to this. This way we can just listen to it, I guess. Let's see. Hi, Denise. Hi, Slam RN. Haven't seen you in a long time. Wow. Hi, Gianna Marie. Haven't seen you in a long time either. Good for me to come on early, I guess.
Good morning, Ms. Downs. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
Okay, good.
Can you hear?
First off, I just want to say thank you to you
and
everyone else for being patient this morning. We had some technical issues that we had to work out. We're doing these hearings via video. Obviously, sometimes we do run into technical issues, so if we do have another technical issue, we'll stop, we'll fix it, and then we'll continue with the hearing. So it's no cause for any concern or anything. All right, so for the record, I need to confirm, is your name Elizabeth Diane Downs?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and is your SID number 06546106?
Yes.
Okay, good. I just have to make sure I'm talking to the right person this morning. So, Ms. Downs, my name is John Bailey. I'm the board chair, and I'm going to be leading your hearing today. I want to just make sure to confirm that you received your packet of materials from the board and your notice of rights at least 14 days ago.
I did.
Okay, good. I do want to note for the record that live streaming or simulcasting of board hearings is prohibited. Anyone found to be live streaming or simulcasting a board hearing will be ejected from the hearing as being disruptive pursuant to OAR 255-030-0026 sub 6. I also want to acknowledge that we do have members from the media present today at today's hearing. Ms. Mayhew, I see you on the screen. I understand that you're representing Ms. Downs here this morning. Is that still correct?
Yes, Ms. Bailey.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Mayhew, I have reviewed an objection and a request to set over that was provided to me, sent by you prior to the hearing. The board has reviewed your request for a set over. We are denying that request, and I want to note that the media is present today consistent with Oregon law and the board's hearing procedures. Under Oregon law, the board does not have the legal authority to prohibit recording of the hearing by the media, only live streaming and simulcasting. Of course, should Ms. Downs decide not to participate in today's hearing, the board would consider that a refusal to participate, and then we would deliberate based off the written record. Is there anything else that you want to add to that?
No, so I'm just understanding that you have no way, I'm just trying to understand the distinction between a news media company and somebody podcasting in terms of impact. This footage that they take, they can use, manipulate, edit, and disseminate in any way they can, including on the internet. And I do think it is a violation of petitioners. It is prejudicial to her. And I do not believe, I want to object and put that on the record because I don't see the distinction. I understand that the law doesn't make that distinction as you've laid it out, but it's exceptionally prejudicial to her and for her other proceedings that are ongoing.
All right, well, thank you, Ms. Mayhew. Again, your objection is noted for the record. I guess ultimately the question is, are we proceeding today, given everything I've laid out, with that objection on the record?
Diane, are you willing to proceed knowing that they're going to be recording and using anything you say to do with what they...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Ms. Mayhew. Again, your objections are noted for the record.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so Ms. Downs, I do want to take a moment to introduce the other board members participating in your hearing today. First, to my right, we have Board Vice Chairperson Ronnie Cleaver.
Good morning, Ms. Downs.
Morning.
To my left, we have Board Member Don Reese.
Good morning, Ms. Downs. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you.
We also have Board Member Kara Brooks here this morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And we have Board Member Kelly Kuklinski.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I do want to note that we do have some parole board staff. First off, we have a parole board staff member that's here with us, just making sure that all of our equipment's running properly and everything's working okay. We also have some board staff who are observing the hearing online for educational purposes. We also have present via phone your brother, James Fredrickson. Mr. Fredrickson, I didn't have a note. Were you interested in making a statement to the board today in support of Ms. Downs?
No, I submitted a letter to the board with my statement.
Okay, and we have reviewed that letter. We've received it. We've all read it. So thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
All right, we also have present via video from the Lane County District Attorney's Office, Lane County Deputy District Attorneys Joanne Miller and Eric Knapp. Good morning to both of you. I just want to confirm that you're with us.
You're here.
Okay, and was it, which one of you was interested in providing a statement to the board later today?
Provided a statement, a written statement that should be session dated October 2nd, 2020.
Okay, and for some reason, I think that was Miss Miller. Miss Miller, I'm having a really hard time hearing you over here. I don't know if that.
Let's turn this up and see if that helps. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you much better now. Yes, thank you. Can you please repeat what you said?
Excellent. We submitted a statement from the Lane County District Attorney's Office, and that is dated October 2nd, 2025. You should have that in your possession, and that is a statement.
Okay, great. So your office is not going to provide an oral statement for today either. Is that correct then?
That's correct. With that written statement is the statement from our office, and should something come up during the course of this hearing, let you know, we understand that statements are limited to don't have statements from family.
Okay. So, Ms. Miller, then what I'll do is I will check in with you just later on towards the end of the hearing, just in case there's anything else you want to add. You absolutely do not have to, of course. It's just I'll make sure that you have that opportunity at least. And again, we have reviewed your statement. We've all read it. So thank you for providing that.
Very good. Thank you.
Of course. And then lastly, I just want to note, my understanding is we might have one or so members of the public observing today's hearing via audio feeds. All right, so Ms. Downs, do you have any questions about who's present for today's hearing?
No?
Okay. I do want to note that this is the time that is set for your parole consideration hearing, which is a hearing to decide whether the board finds that you are no longer dangerous or finds that you remain dangerous, but you can be adequately controlled with supervision and treatment, or finds that you are dangerous and will defer your parole consideration date. We have received from the Department of Corrections an institutional report that's in your packet that was dated August 5th, 2025. That was prepared by a B, I think Chin is how you pronounce that name. It was forwarded to the board by Director Michael Reese. Have you reviewed that report?
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you. Are there any factual issues in the report that you want to bring to our attention? You know, we might be asking you questions about it later on, but I just want to make sure there's no obvious factual issues that you want to let us know about.
No, nothing that I can think of offhand. If it comes up, we'll talk about it. I will say, hey, this is a problem.
Okay, all right, well, great. Thank you very much. And then, of course, the board ordered and you participated in a psychological evaluation for today's hearing that was prepared by Dr. Alexander Milkey and dated June 10th, 2025. There was also an addendum to the report authored by Dr. Alexander Milkey and dated September 14th, 2025. Did you read those reports?
I think I only received one.
They were both in your hearings packet.
Oh, yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes. It all came at the same time. That's why it confused me. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I'm glad to make sure that you had everything that we expected you to have.
Yes.
All right, and of course we will be talking about those reports a little bit later on in today's hearing. So next, then I want to talk about the total exhibits that we've accepted into the record. First, we have the materials that were submitted by the Parole Board. These are the materials that were in your hearings packet that totaled 508 pages that were sent to you at least 14 days prior to today's hearing. Ms. Downs, no confidential documents have been received or reviewed relative to your case prior to today's hearing. So what that just means is everything that we have, you have. We don't have something that you don't.
All right.
We received the following additional documents into the record for your case. One was a letter from your brother, James Fredrickson, that was dated October 12th, 2025. We received a packet of letters of support that were provided by you totaling 22 pages. That packet was received by the board on September 30th, 2025. We also received a 6-page packet of materials containing a letter authored by you entitled Request to be Released from Custody with supporting documents that was received by the board on October 6, 2025. We received a 5-page letter submitted by the Lane County District Attorney's Office dated October 2nd, 2025. And lastly, we received a packet of letters of support, an additional packet of letters of support that was provided by you totaling 6 pages. The board received that packet on October 16th, 2025. I think I got everything there. Is there anything that you think I'm missing?
I think that's it.
Okay. So with that said, all of those exhibits have been accepted into the record. The board, all 5 of us board members, have read all of those documents prior to today's hearing. And the last thing I want to cover, Ms. Downs, is just how the hearing is going to go, what it's kind of going to look like this morning. So the first thing that's going to happen is either you or your attorney will have the opportunity to make an opening statement. That's, of course, completely optional. It's up to you and your counsel whether or not you want to use that time. After any opening statement is provided, then we will start asking you questions on a variety of topics. And I'm going to start off by asking questions. And I will then turn it over to other board members to ask you questions on the topic that we're on before we move on to the next topic. That's why we try and keep things kind of topic by topic by topic. So the types of things that we're going to cover are things like your institutional spending account, your programming and reformation activities, your employment and educational history, the psychological evaluation, your health, your disciplinary history, your criminal history, including the crime for which you've been incarcerated for, your release plan if you were to be paroled, and we will also cover any other kind of remaining topics or questions that any of the board members also have. Again, I will periodically check in with other board members just to see what questions they have for you. And then after that, we will hear from representatives from the Lane County District Attorney's Office if they want to provide an additional statement. Then you will have the opportunity to make any closing comments or statements before we end today's hearing. I do want to note the board will not be deliberating your case today. Instead, we will deliberate at a later time and we'll send you a written order stating the decision. It's highly likely that we'll take at least one break for today. I generally like to try and go for a couple hours before we take a break, but Ms. Downs, it is absolutely fine to let me know if you need to take a break. And if so, we'll try and time it to meet your needs as well as the board's needs. And then lastly, I just have a few expectations I want to cover for the hearing. So the very first thing I want to cover is since your last hearing, this is new, this is not something we've done historically, until I think maybe a year or two after your last hearing. The board has updated our procedures for when we are referring to victims who were minors at the time of the offense. And obviously all 3 of your victims were minors at the time of the offense. So our new policy and procedure is that we refer to those individuals using their initials. I know that this is new for you, but we ask that you try and do the same. We do that in order to try and protect minor victims. So for the purposes of today's hearing, we will be referring to your daughter who was murdered as CLD. And for your children who survived the offense, we will refer to them as CAD, and your son SDD. Do you have any questions about that?
No.
Okay. When we do ask you a question, we are going to ensure that we give you the full time to answer the question, and we're going to try really hard not to interrupt you so that you can answer the question we've asked you. I do want to note that it is possible, while we try not to interrupt you, it is possible that myself or another board member, we might end up feeling like we have to do so if we feel like we're getting so far off track, we want to try and bring you back to answer the question. So just know that. You're going to also see myself and other board members, of course, taking notes during today's hearing. Because we're deliberating at a later time, we just want to make sure that we are capturing the conversations that we're having and having, writing down the notes that we feel like we need to write down for us to remember what we need to remember. So if you see us taking notes, we're paying attention to you, we're listening.
I'm just interrupting for 1 second, just for 1 second to clarify something, okay? I submitted a FOIA to the Oregon Parole Board. They sent me these files days ago, weeks ago, I don't even know what it was now. That this parole hearing took place October 29th. When I put them in today, I was very surprised they were audio files, so I wrote back to the Oregon Parole Board. They wrote me back, and they said that, and I'll read it to you. Hang on, let me just open up this email. The Board of Parole does not record our hearings in video format. They are recorded in audio only. So whoever has the video out there, I don't know, I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole, so we are going to listen in audio, okay? But the sound is good, and this is what she looked like at the parole hearing, okay? All right.
So don't let that think that we're not paying attention to what you're saying. If at any
Ditto. I'm doing the same thing for my family, so same thing here.
Okay. Good.
I am listening.
All right. If at any point you do not understand a question we have asked, please let us know. Similarly, if there is something we say that is not accurate, then please let us know so I can ensure I have accurately reflected your answers. It is possible that we may re-ask a question of you if we feel like we need additional information. And lastly, the most important thing is, we're all here to hear from you.
I'm just going to make the volume higher than they have sent it, okay? Just so that, sorry, and I don't want to really interrupt anymore unless there's something really crazy. Okay, sorry.
From you today, we all have questions that we've prepared to ask you. We've not made up our mind on what to do after today, and that's why we're here for the hearing. So we're going to keep an open mind as we talk with you this morning and listen to what you have to say to the answer to the questions that we ask you. Do you have any questions about how we're going to proceed today?
No, that was very clear. I only have one question. My mom is anxious for me to get home, and so I need to be able to tell her when I leave when you'll have a decision. Do you have any ballpark of when you'll have a decision?
So I can tell you that we always endeavor to get decisions to AICs within 30 days of the hearing. With that said, we try as hard as we can to get decisions as quickly as we can. At the same time, we're going to give a decision as long as it takes to make the right decision. And we're not going to rush trying to make a decision. We want to give it the time that it needs. So we try and balance that. We're going to make sure that we give the time it needs, but we also know that you're waiting, and we're going to try and get you an answer as quickly as we can.
Thank you.
No problem. All right. So with that said, I think, are you ready to proceed?
I'm ready.
Okay. So Ms. Mayhew and Ms. Downs, I don't know which one of you, if either one of you are interested in making an opening today, so I'll just turn it over the floor to the two of you to see how y'all would handle that.
Mr. Bailey, sorry, I was under the impression I could make a closing statement, and so that's what I'm intending to do. And I'm sure maybe Diane will have some words to get going. Do you want to say something, or do you just let to dive into the questions?
Let's just dive into the questions. I'm ready. It's been 41 and a half years, and my family is anxious for this to be over so I can get home. And so you guys are here to ask me questions, so let's do this. I'm ready.
Okay, all right. Well, then we will do so, and I'm going to start, Ms. Downs, by asking you questions about your financial situation as well as your education and employment. We're going to cover those two topics together. And my first question, I'm just curious, how much money do you have saved in total, both inside the institution and outside the institution?
My prison account right now says $250, I think. And I have no outside account, no bank account.
Okay. You know, I noticed in your materials that you wrote to us that you think you have a lump sum of $155,000 available to you upon release. I just was curious to help me understand why you thought that and where that's coming from.
No, I do not have a lump sum anywhere. It was about a month ago, one of the inmates here was getting ready to parole, and the parole agent came to visit him and brought an application for Supplemental Security Income, SSI. And Nathan did not know anything about SSI and asked what this was about, and the parole agent explained that this is a financial stipend that they give to parolees who are over the age of 65, who have spent a considerable amount of time in prison, and to help them, because even though we believe that we are employable, and I can work at Walmart as a greeter if that's what it takes, but that doesn't mean people are going to hire us because of our advanced years. And so Social Security doesn't want us to be homeless on the street, and so it is a stipend that allows us to be able to get food. And Nathan said that the parole agent told him that the monthly, that it would be a $310 a month compensation for every year that he was in prison. He came and told me that. I don't know that to be true or not. My brother can't find anything on the internet about that. He has looked, so either Nathan made it up, which I don't know why he would, or the parole agent knows something that we don't know, that when you find me suitable, the parole agent will come here and give me the same papers, and then I will know. But no, there is no money waiting for me. No money waiting.
Okay, all right. That helps. Thank you for clarifying that for me. And then can you just clarify for the board what you're currently doing for employment right now?
Right now, I am a porter in the prison. I've done almost every job conceivable in the prison. I've done everything. I've been a porter, I've been a clerk, I've been a carpenter, a painter. I've done everything but weld in prison. I've been a pipe fitter, I've been a ditch digger, and I'm talking a 10-foot deep, 5-foot wide ditch for laying big old 1-foot pipes for like Caltrans. I've done all the above. So right now I am a porter. I am considered retired because of my age. And that's a retirement job in prison.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you, Ms. Downs. Those are the questions that I have for you on your spending and your employment and education. Let me see what questions the other board members have for you on those topics. I'll start with Ms. Cleaver.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Downs. Do you have any folks or people on the outside who contribute money to your spending account?
My mom sends me an allowance every month. I am the oldest living woman on the planet who still gets an allowance from her mom.
How much does she send you every month?
She used to send me every month, but now that I'm getting ready to go home, she sends me an allowance of about $300 or $400 every 3 or 4 months.
Okay. And is she the only contributor to your account?
Yes.
Okay. And then what are you So you said you're retired. Is that, so what does your work week look like at this point?
I work third watch. From 2 o'clock to 9 o'clock, I work for the prison. And from 6 in the morning until 2 o'clock, I take care of everybody else in the unit on a volunteer basis. I do laundry when they have to go to work. I clean. I help the other porters clean. I unload supplies. I just stay. I work in the garden. I'm a fire sign. I'm a Leo, so I stay busy from 6 in the morning until 9 at night. I just stay busy taking care of whatever needs to be taken care of in the unit.
Okay. So just so I just want to make sure I understand. So your paid position is from 2 to 9, and is that 5
Yes.
days a week, or how many days a week?
5 days a week, 2 to 9. I make 16 cents an hour, so my paycheck is about $20 a month.
Okay. And then the other duties that you talked about, that's more of a volunteer thing that you do to assist other AICs?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. They have to work during second watch, which is 6 to 2, and there's only so many laundry slots, for instance, so many laundry slots, and so their laundry might need to be cleaned while they're at work, so I volunteered to do their laundry for them.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Brooks.
I don't have any questions on these topics.
Okay, Mr. Reese.
No questions.
And Ms. Kuklinski.
I thought I had read in your materials that you had indicated that you had, I read one place that you had $1,500 saved up and another place that you thought you had around $3,000 saved up. Is that, you don't have anything such as that?
No, and I don't know where you would have read that. I reviewed all the material recently, and I don't remember reading anything like that.
Yeah, I was trying to look to see where, I'll have to look to see where I wrote both of those down. So I will look to see if I can find that. But that was the only follow-up question I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kuklinski. All right, so let's turn to your health, Ms. Downs. I'm just curious, how is your physical health today?
My health is great. I had a full knee replacement a year and a half ago, and I'm good. I'm on no medications. I stay busy from 6 to 9. I just stay busy. I'm overweight. I like sugar.
Hey, wait a minute. Murder of Crows, you stuck that in on me, you silly. Thank you so much for that super chat. I'm looking and I'm like, there's a number 1 up there. I didn't see anything. I must have been on the other screen. Thank you so much, Murder of Crows. I appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, back to your regular program.
That's it.
It's pretty unusual for us to talk to someone who doesn't have any medications that they take. That's actually kind of unusual for us. I'm curious, why do you think that is?
I think genetics, really, for real. Genetics. I've never done drugs, and so I didn't break down my body. I get injured because I work hard. I used to when I was younger, so I needed a full knee replacement. But past that, I don't have high blood pressure. I don't have diabetes. They tested me. I don't have Hep C. I didn't have that kind of a risky behavior. So I don't know. Trust me, they test us all the time for these things. And I have none of the above.
And how is your mental health today?
Mental health, great. I'm under no mental health care. I've tried. They say that they don't have the staff available to take care of mentally healthy people, just to listen to us. So mental health is good. I'm in a great mood. So.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. I think that covers the questions I have for you on health. Ms. Cleaver, any questions?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Okay, and Ms. Brooks.
No, I don't have any questions in these areas.
All right, Mr. Reese.
No questions.
And Ms. Kuklinski.
Ms. Downs, you had done some work a number of years ago with Dr. Shoji and Dr. Rossi. How did you, I guess, get connected with those services if they don't typically kind of, like you indicated, meet with mentally healthy individuals?
Exactly. Dr. Rossi, years ago, back in 2010, I worked with the captain on my yard and the associate warden and Dr. Rossi, who is a geriatric psychiatrist, and I worked with them to open an old lady unit for elderly, for 55 and older. So I moved into the unit, we opened the unit, I moved into the unit, we worked together to build a program for the elderly women, crocheting, jigsaw puzzles, things like that. And so I worked with Dr. Rossi in that relationship. So that's how she got to know me. Her office was inside of our unit, so she was there during her working hours. And so she saw me on a regular basis simply because I lived there. She saw how I conducted myself, behaved with the other inmates and with the staff on a daily basis, 5 days a week. Dr. Shoji was her associate, and I told Dr. Rossi that the board wanted me to have psychological counseling, or at least attempt to get psychological counseling, and I had been trying for years. And so she asked Dr. Rossi Dr. Shoji. Dr. Rossi asked Dr. Shoji if she would meet with me on a weekly basis, and so it was more as a courtesy for her friend that she took me into her client list. And she saw me at first on a weekly basis and then on a monthly basis, and until we left that prison to come to this prison, and that's when I stopped seeing them.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So, Ms. Downs, I want to turn to your programming. So, Ms. Downs, I don't know if you recall, it's been a while, but I'm the only board member up here that's actually talked to you before and asked you questions before, and so I don't have very many questions on this area because I remember having a lot of conversation about this last time. So my questions on this topic are really kind of since we last saw you, what you've been up to. So I am curious, what programs have you engaged in since your last hearing before the board?
In the past 5 years, you remember that I took a program, that I was involved in a program called LTOP, L-T-O-P-P. It was a long-termers program. We took classes about anger management, victim impact, things like that. Well, about 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, they started something in this prison called CBT, Cognitive Behavioral Treatment. Basically, it is LTOP 2.0. It's exactly the same. They use the exact same programs. So I kind of got a refresher course, but it was more than that. It was because I had been through it and I knew what to expect. It gave me more insight because I wasn't just going in blind and stumbling around in the dark. I understood the end goal of what we were hoping to learn about ourselves and about each other, because it's not just all about, you might think you know what you know about you, but until you hear the story from somebody else, you can relate to, oh, I get that. I never noticed that about myself before. So I basically took LTOP twice. So there was that. Let's see, and then just working. I worked for Canteen. I worked as a porter. I volunteer. I just volunteer my time. I crochet. We crochet blankets, beanies, scarves for the Veterans Hospital and for underprivileged children. And that's basically has taken up all my time.
Okay. I think that covers the question I have for you on the topic then. Thank you very much. Ms. Kleber, any questions about programming?
I just have a couple of questions. So I just want to make sure I understand. So since you saw the board in 2020, the only official programming has been the CBT course?
Well, no, there are other groups that we take inside the unit. Prison of Peace, I took Prison of Peace. This is a group inside the unit sponsored by staff, as opposed CBT is something that's sponsored by outside agencies that come in. They're federally supported. You guys have something like that in Oregon, but they don't call it CBT. They call it something else. But it's the same. If other inmates have talked about it, you know what the program is. I can't remember what you guys call it. But so that is the official program that I took. The less official is sponsored by staff, by captains and by lieutenants here. They sponsor classes like Prison of Peace, which is how to work with and counsel other inmates if they are having problems in their rooms and they can't get along, but they don't see the whole picture because they're so focused on their anger or they're focused on winning a battle, that we learn how to counsel them so that it's not all about just winning a battle. It's about looking at the whole picture, seeing it from somebody else's point of view, putting yourself in their shoes. And so that was another class that I took. In the class that was sponsored, in the unit that was sponsored by staff.
Okay, and these are, when you say they're, that they're arranged and led by staff, so are these informal sort of groups that they get together, or is there a curriculum that is used?
There are curriculums, and it goes on for weeks. These are Prison of Peace that I was just speaking of is actually a 12-week course, and it's quite intensive. There is a class. You sit in the class. There is a curriculum. There are questionnaires to fill out. There are questions. We test each other, and we have groups where we have mock hearings or sessions with people. We come in with a fabricated problem that we've had, or maybe it's been a real problem that somebody's really had in their room, and so we as a group would get together and discuss the best ways to deal with that situation. So yeah, it's an intensive course. It's just that staff monitor it and they sign off on it, because you don't just get to get a chrono. You guys, I don't know if you know what a chrono is. It's a formal, yeah, I've sent you many. The staff just doesn't sign up for chrono, say, because for no reason. You have to attend these classes, and if you miss one class, you're out. You're out. You don't get to be part of it again.
Oh, okay, wait, so I just want to make sure I understand. These are required as a part of living in the unit, or once you decide you're going to do it, it's required? Is that what you're saying?
Not required. It's if you choose. Yeah, if you choose to take the group, you have to attend every session.
Okay.
If you don't, then you become a drag on the whole, so you just don't get to come back anymore.
Okay.
There are no requirements for the honor dorm, but the people who are in the honor dorm want to make changes in their life. They want to become better people than they were when they came to prison. And so we bring these groups into our unit because we don't want to have to wait to go to visiting whenever free staff or visitors can come and see us. We want to learn on a daily basis. So there's almost every day there is a group happening in our unit that you can participate in.
Okay. When you say we, are you talking about corrections staff? Or are you talking about AICs? What do you mean when you say we?
We is AICs.
Okay.
And the staff are on board because it makes their unit, the fact that we are learning to be better people, that we are learning to not use anger or not use manipulation, that they are on board because it makes their job easier. They get to come to work and get a paycheck and not have to worry about pepper spraying anybody.
Okay. Are there any other of these classes or programs that you've done in the unit over the last 5 years that you think the board should know about or consequential to you?
No. You have the chronos because you have access to my files, so you have the chronos, but those are the ones I think that made the most impact. There's one, and for the life of me, I can't remember what it's called. I think it's called life scripting. And that is the one where you go back to your earliest memories and you think about what your life was like at that time. And during the first 3 years of your life is impacted a certain way. And then the next 3 years, it's impacted. In the first 3 years, you're completely dependent on somebody else to take care of you. Who were those people and how were you treated? Because that is the foundation of who you become. If you are neglected and left in dirty diapers and stuff like that, you will always feel a need to look for something that's not there. You will always feel like you're not loved, not wanted, not. And even when you finally meet people who love you, there's still that core foundation of unconscious need to feel loved. And that was an incredibly impactful class and very extensive. But it was before the past 5 years. It was prior to that. It was a class that I took probably 8 years ago. So.
Okay. 1 minute. So let me ask you this. I'm going to follow up on what you've just told me. So when you're describing life scripting, you're talking about generalizations of what people can learn. Specifically, right. What did you learn about yourself during that process?
Well, I learned that when I was growing up, I was loved. I was loved by everybody, but I was also sheltered. There was no trauma in my family, and so we didn't know how to deal with trauma. And that was my whole life. We literally lived in a house that had bars on the windows to protect us from the people on the outside. And even though I didn't think anything of it, except we were the only house in the neighborhood, I thought, oh, that's kind of cool. But as I grew up, unconsciously, what I came to realize is that I felt like the outside world wasn't really safe, but my inside, my family was safe, and that was the only thing that was safe. So then when I grew up and I married an abuser, I did not know how to deal with that. The man was just plain mean, and my mom and dad never yelled at us. They weren't mean to us, and so I didn't know how to deal. My parents never struck each other. They never even had an argument. The biggest argument they ever had was when I turned 18 and I was still living at home and I wanted to stay out till midnight, and my dad said, no, not while you're living in my house. You'll be in by 10. And the biggest argument my parents had, they went behind closed doors, and my mom said, Wes, you're wrong. She's an adult. That was their whole argument. That was the whole thing. So when I got married a few months later and my husband turned out to be a batterer, I did not know how to deal with that. He trained me to deal with violence. And so, but my training for my whole life was to treat people with respect and trust. So there you go. So when I met a man on the road and he was flagging me down, I stopped. I trusted. And when he turned on my family, I went into Steve mode. I went into my training as a battered woman, and there you go. So that's what I learned about myself, is that why would I stop for somebody on the road that I don't know? Because my whole life, my whole training from the time I was an infant until I was 18, my training was to trust and respect. Nobody had ever been mean to me. Why would I expect anybody to be mean to me? The only person who was ever mean to me was my ex-husband. But then when he turned on us and attacked us, I instantly knew to battle with him, because that's what Steve had taught me. I did not understand any of that until that class. It was insightful for me.
Okay. I'm just taking some notes, and I do have follow-up questions. So, okay, that's interesting. It sounds like it was an interesting class for you. I guess you know, in your narrative regarding your childhood and your years living at home, you say that you were just saying how you felt loved and sheltered and there was no trauma. And I guess I'm confused because there are reports where you say that your father sexually abused you, and then you later recant those claims. So, what is that? I mean, did your father sexually abuse you? And if he did not, why did you tell people he had? So can you talk about how this fits into the life scripting work that you did?
I can. My dad did not abuse me. He did not abuse anybody in my family. When my husband and I divorced, after I was in Oregon, my children were shot. My ex-husband came to Oregon. He knew that the only way that he would have hooks in me is if he had custody of the kids. He said, I want my children to come home with me to Arizona. That would force me to go back to Arizona because he knew I would follow them. The detectives at that time said, no, they have grandparents here in Oregon and they need medical attention, so if anybody gets custody, it will be the grandparents. Steve lied in order to diminish their ability to take custody and said, oh, well, you can't do that. Diane's dad is a molester. I did not know that Steve said this until June. It was probably the middle of June. The shooting was in May. So a month later, my attorney said, Susan Staffel of Children's Services wants to talk to you about the molestation. And I said, what molestation? He said, Steve said to Susan Staffel that you were molested. I said, I was not. He says, well, you're going to have to address that. And I said, that's easy. It didn't happen. He said, you can't just tell Susan Staffel you weren't molested, because then it sounds like I didn't have a gun. I didn't do the shooting. I didn't get molested. I didn't. You have to admit something. That way when you say I didn't, then you're a little more believable. I said, but none of it is true. I didn't have a gun. I didn't shoot my children. I love my children, and I wasn't molested. He goes, I'm not going to let you tell her that. You have to admit that you were. I said, but it's a lie. So Susan Staffel, and then he put me in the room with Susan Staffel, and she goes, so I want to talk about the fact that your dad molested you. I said nothing. She goes, so what do you have to say about it? I said nothing. He would not let me. Then he put me on the witness stand, and he bamboozled me. Nobody else talked about this. My attorney is the one who brought it up and said, now, how do you feel about being molested? Oh, my goodness. And I was angry. He goes, you're angry about that? I said, I'm angry because he knew it was a lie, and yet he's the one that put it on the record. And it wasn't true. And when it came time to talk to the pre-sentence investigator, I told her it's not true. It is not true. My dad should not have to wear that ugly badge for something that he didn't do simply because my ex-husband was trying to manipulate the state because he wanted to get custody of my children because he knew I would follow him back to Oregon if he had custody. That is what happened, and there you go. There's nothing more I can say about that. The truth is the truth.
So, okay, I just have a couple of clarifying questions. So, what you're saying is that this was made up by Steve in order to try to manipulate you to return with him to live
Arizona.
Right, okay. At one point you said Oregon, but I assume you meant Arizona, right?
Oh, I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and then you're saying that your defense lawyer told you to lie about this to make you look more credible? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I would not have said it that way, but yeah.
Okay.
To put it in a nutshell, yes.
Okay. And so, when you met with Susan Staffel, you did not deny it, you just said nothing.
I said nothing.
And when you were on the witness stand, you said you were angry, but didn't clarify it or deny it.
Oh no, he made me say that it happened. He made me say, if you read my transcript, and I'm sure you have, you will see that Jim Jagger testified and I was just the one saying, no, yes, no. Jim Jagger testified he was the one who testified during my trial. And when that was happening, it was because he knew I was not going to say what he wanted me to say. And so he testified. Now, isn't it true that your dad molested you? Oh, yeah.
Well, you could have said no, right?
I could have said no, and I should have said no. But he said, if you don't, what he told me was Susan Stackle, if you don't say this happened, and then you look vulnerable, and then when you say no, that you didn't do the shooting, you're more believable. Yes. So yes, he was absolutely convinced that this needed to be said, even though it was a lie. And I told him, it's not fair. Why are you going to do this to my dad? He goes, well, this isn't about your dad, it's about you. And I said, no, because now you're turning my dad into some kind of a monster, and he's not.
Okay. So you
It still makes me angry. Still makes me angry.
Okay. You understood, though, that you were under oath and you were sworn to tell the truth.
Yeah.
And that you lied under oath.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Just like Kimber Morrison and Judy Patterson and all the rest.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean.
I'm sure my attorney right now is kicking the table.
Well, what do you mean by Kimber
Moore? My son, SDD, told his nurses about the mean man who shot him. Over and over. He told several nurses about the mean man who shot him. And the prosecutor did not want the jury to hear that. And so that was ruled inadmissible. They could not hear my son say those things. His nurse, who wrote this down, Kimber Morrison, got up there and said and testified, Danny doesn't care about his mom. He never cared whether she showed up or whether she... And she swore under oath, hello, you guys left and now you're back.
Yeah,
okay.
Just glitched for a moment. Keep going.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Keep going.
So she swore under oath that Danny did not care if I was there. He didn't care about me one way or the other. He never cried for me. The hospital reports showed that Danny, every single day, Kimber Morrison wrote down Danny crying for his mom. Danny wants to go home to his mom. Danny wants to see his mom. Every single day she wrote this down in the hospital reports. And yet she testified completely to the opposite. And my attorney did not question her, did not cross-examine her, did not say, oh, well, you said here, you wrote here, what about that? He just said, okay, good enough. Any questions, Mr. Jagger? No, we're good.
So, and who was the other person? It was Morrison?
Judy Patterson.
Okay.
Judy Patterson.
And what was your concerns about Judy?
Judy Patterson, the night of the shooting, they did a gunshot residue test on my hands. That was in May. The test did not come back until August, and so they didn't know what the gunshot residue test was going to show, that I did not shoot a gun. So they were still going on their own premise of what they wanted, and you can't even be mad at them for wanting to believe that I did it. But Judy Patterson said 2 weeks later, before the GSR test came back and before they got the GSR test back, she said that I went nowhere near the bathroom. They questioned her a week later, and she said the same thing. After the test came back, 1 year in August, and then 1 year later, she got on the witness stand and she swore under oath that I asked for the bathroom. I went into the bathroom. I did not shut the door. I ran the water, and there was no drinking cup in there. Basically implying that I was washing my hands of gunshot residue, because by then they knew there was no gunshot residue on my hands. And so she swore under oath Mr. Jagger, would you like to cross-examine? No, we're good. And we have the report. The report was right there. She was asked twice by the detectives, are you sure Diane went nowhere near the bathroom? I'm positive she went nowhere near the bathroom, and yet swore under oath that I did.
Okay.
And nobody contested it.
So I understand that you're saying your lawyer put you up to lying under oath, but what motive would Judy Patterson and Ms. Morrison have for lying? I don't understand why they would get on the witness stand, swear to tell the truth, and then under oath lie.
And then lie when the reports are right there and they know we have the reports. I have no idea. I have no idea. My only guess is that the media was sensational and everybody was on board for Hate Diane, and they wanted to be part of the gang, I guess. I don't know. Some people just don't have their own mind. They don't have their own spine. I don't know the answer. And they knew that apparently nobody was.
Hey, thank you, Lucky Ducky, for sending a gift membership. And Uncrimey, you got it. And where are you, Uncrimey? We miss you. You got a new membership. Thank Lucky Ducky. Thank you, Lucky Ducky.
Was going to cross-examine them because nobody did. Nobody did. Jim Jagger did not you can read the transcript. Jim Jagger did not cross-examine either one of those women. He let them lie and he let it fly.
So, just so I understand, you're saying that due to your notoriety, they wanted to jump on the anti-Diane Downs train and lie. Is that what you're saying? I just want to make sure I understand.
I cannot say that because I've never had the chance to ask them why they would lie. My attorney did not cross-examine them. I can only say, you asked me, why do I think? And so my answer is, I can only assume, based on human nature, is that they didn't want to be outliers. I don't know. I don't know the reason. Okay. You asked what I thought. Why do I think they would do that? And based on my experience with other people that I've met in prison that are weak, there you go.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Ms. Downs, okay, I want to just follow up so we're very clear. I understand you're saying you can't know for certain what these people's objectives were in providing false testimony, but I just want to clarify for the record, you're saying your attorney suborned perjury by asking you to introduce information that he knew was false. Is that correct?
Wow, I never thought of it that way because, yeah, that's exactly what he did. Let me write that down. I'll be right back.
Okay, so he could lose his bar license for doing that, but that's what you're saying he did during your trial, correct?
He has already resigned, and so as far as I know, he doesn't even have a license anymore. I mean, when you resign, I think you have to re-up it. I don't know. I'm not out there. All I can tell you is I did not shoot my children. My attorney should have represented me to the best of his ability, and I don't know that he did or that he didn't. I don't know what his abilities were, but I can tell you I did not shoot my children. We have DNA evidence that was found at the scene that my attorney is going to be introducing, and past that, which would prove actual innocence.
Okay, so you're saying you don't know if he did or he didn't represent you adequately, but you're also saying he suborned perjury, he failed to cross-examine witnesses, he failed to present any, I think, rebuttal testimony of a medical expert, correct, despite the fact that you're saying there was doctors contemporaneous with this that disagreed with the state's expert witness, correct?
I'm not saying that. I don't even know what suborning perjury is. I've never thought about that. Okay. All I know is what involves me. I know for a fact I did not shoot my children. I know for a fact that there's DNA evidence found right next to the chewed gum and beer cans, right next to the murder casings on the roadway that were found and admitted into evidence, Exhibit 15, that my attorney is going to have tested for DNA that should find the person who actually did this. I know that my attorney, according to the prosecutor in 1991, my attorney agreed with the prosecutor to withhold fingerprints from the judge, from me, from the jury, from the media. That's in Fred Hughey's, Prosecutor Hughey's, he testified to that under oath, that he and Jim Jagger agreed together to withhold that evidence from the court. So that's evidence at the murder scene that may very well identify the man who shot and chewed that gum and drank the beer out of those cans. I don't know. The case truly is still ongoing. Okay. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm going to go look up suborning perjury in my law book. That's why I wrote it down. Essentially, I don't know. I don't know what it means.
And that's okay. Maybe it's. I mean, what it means is essentially offering testimony you know is false into the record. It's something that lawyers are absolutely not allowed to do.
Well, that's what the prosecutor did. He had Kimmer Morrison's hospital reports. He read them and wanted them excluded because he knew his witness was going to lie. He offered Judy Patterson on the witness stand, and during discovery gave us her 2 reports that she told detectives, I went nowhere near the bathroom. The prosecutor offered the evidence too that he knew for a fact was not true. Okay. So is that suborning perjury too? I don't know.
Yes. So I just want to clarify, both your attorney and the prosecutor, Mr. Hughey, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Both of them offered testimony they knew to be false, and it sounds like the prosecutor also withheld exculpatory evidence by keeping out, your son's statements. Yes, is that correct?
That he got the court permission to do.
Okay.
The court, Judge Foote, agreed to withhold Daniel's statements from the jury.
Okay.
That the judge knew about.
And then it sounds like at least 2 witnesses, Ms. Morrison and Ms. Patterson, also provided testimony under oath that you're saying was false, correct?
If you're going to keep the record open, I'll send it to you. That's what you want. It's not me saying it. Okay. It's in the transcript. It's in the police reports that were discovered to us pre-trial.
Okay.
Everybody knew this. Everybody except the media and the judge and the jury.
So we've kind of gone into a specific area, and we're going to talk more about your crimes of conviction a little bit later, but I do have just kind of one question that relates to your growth during your incarceration and potentially programming. Have you identified any weaknesses about yourself that you think you need to work on? Either through programming or through activities or have you at any point during your incarceration identified anything?
I recognize weaknesses in myself regularly. I work on them regularly. One is I trust too much. I sometimes want to appear stronger than I am because when I was growing up, I was the oldest of 5. And so my mom was a stay-at-home mom. My mom never left us alone. She was always there with us. But I felt within myself that I wanted to help my mom. I wanted to support her. So I helped take care of my siblings. And so as I'm growing up, when there's something scary, there's a storm. In Arizona, we have monsoon seasons. So when there's a scary storm, my job, self-imposed, my job was to help take care of my siblings and make sure they're not scared because of the lightning and the thunder during the monsoon season. That was just one thing. When they are first day of school, I would walk them to school and introduce them to their teachers and to the other kids so they wouldn't be afraid. Those are self-imposed things that I do to myself, which they call in prison codependency. I want people to feel safe and comfortable and not stressed out. So, when my kids and I were shot and we were at the hospital, the detectives are asking me these questions, and they have these very worried, concerned looks on their faces. Bless their hearts. I'm glad that they were worried and concerned. My job, self-imposed, was not to make them freak out, to make them feel calm, to make them feel like it's going to be okay. We have it under control. We're a team. We're going to be able to do this. And so I don't panic. I don't lose control. I don't fall on the floor crying and doing all the things that people think that I'm supposed to do. I've learned this about myself. What I wanted to do was just scream and kick and well, I kept running into the trauma room and they kept kicking me out. But that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to run into the trauma room and do something to fix it, to tell the doctor, what can I do? Is there anything that I can do? And they kept kicking me out, giving me back to the detectives. And so my job now, don't fall apart. Keep calm. So I've learned these things about myself. That's just one thing. I've learned lots of things about myself. And have I fixed it? I don't know that you can ever really fix it. I'm sure I'm going to need counseling, and Dr. McNeil has graciously accepted me as a client when I get out to meet with her on a regular basis, because the world has changed out there, and I'm sure I'm going to need lots of counseling. And I don't mean just from prison, because prison's actually been very educational. I've learned things when I see other people doing things, like being impatient. I always ask myself, do I do that? Because that's really dumb. I mean, impatience, it's going to happen when it's going to happen. I told my roommates this morning, they said, Diane, you got this, you got this. And I said, it's going to be what it's going to be. The Creator has his own plan, whatever the plan is. And I accept that. You can't stress out over things that you can't change. That's always been my nature. That's always been my first nature. Unfortunately for me, sometimes that means that I will walk away from something if there's no fixing it. Like relationships. I wasn't obsessed with one man. The prosecutor out of one side of his mouth says she had 4 boyfriends and she was obsessed with one. How does that happen? How does that? I don't understand how that could even happen, but that's beside the point. So, yes, there's things that I found about myself. I am and have always been codependent. Am I still? No. Now when somebody comes and says, Diane, can you come and do my laundry at 6 o'clock at night? I don't feel, I'm tired, I worked all day. No, I cannot do your laundry at 6 o'clock at night. I worked all day too. So I have learned these things about myself, that those are weaknesses. I consider them growing up as strengths, because I'm strong enough that I can do it. They're not. You don't have to fix everybody's problem. I've taught my roommates to say, if I didn't break you, it's not my job to fix you. And I believe it. I believe it. So yes, there are many things that I've learned in prison and from these groups, and simply by observing around me. If I see something that is just absolutely crazy, I always ask myself, do I do that? Because that's really stupid. There you go.
Okay, great. I just want to clarify, you were mentioning how you were behaving in the hospital just a moment ago. And correct me if I'm misunderstanding where you were going with that, but there was some mention of the fact that police thought you had an odd demeanor, they didn't think you were reacting appropriately. Am I understanding that you are saying because you have this overly trusting issue, at least you have historically, and you, as you said, you're codependent, that's the reason why you were behaving strangely? Am I connecting the dots here?
That's why I was behaving the way that I was, that they perceived to be strange. The nurses wrote down, I have a hospital report, that when I was admitted to the hospital, they said, mother in shock, cannot comprehend what's happening. So that never quite made the headlines, but it's there. The hospital report is there. The medical staff, the nursing staff understood that I was in shock, but it didn't fit the scenario, I guess. I mean, everybody has a job to do. So their job was, for whatever reason, put me in prison. So if you can't fix it, don't stress on it.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Downs. I'm going to turn to Mr. Reese.
Thank you. Ms. Downs, it sounds as if then not only did your defense attorney fail to do their job, which would be to give you zealous representation in your defense, but that additionally the case prosecutor and the police detectives also knew that there was exculpatory evidence in your case that simply was not presented in court. Is that correct?
Yeah. I know we are not supposed to be retrying the case, but 15 years in 1998, 15 years after the trial, Judge Haggerty issued a subpoena, was the first judge to issue a subpoena to order the state to give us their police reports. 4,700 documents we were given that we had not received. So it's not just me, it's not sour grapes. This is me living this case for 42 years and being on the front line and knowing exactly what was withheld and what wasn't withheld. We got a report the shooting was in 1983. We got a report in 1998 withheld by the police. We made three motions for discovery. This report was not given to us until 1998 that shows that 2 days after the shooting, somebody called the police and said, "We know who shot the Downs children. He's a Free Soul affiliate. Call me at this number." They never called. The police never called that number. We were not given that report. That's exculpatory. The state had a responsibility to give it to us. Mr. Jagger asked for it 3 times. The judge said, finally, Roy Pond, Detective Pond, took the witness stand, and the judge, he admitted that he withheld evidence, that he destroyed evidence, that other detectives destroyed evidence, and the judge said, wait a minute, I want to question this witness. Under voir dire, the judge said, are you telling me then, at the time that you were investigating this case, that the evidence, the reports, proved this woman was telling the truth? And he said, yes. He said, when did you stop investigating? And then the judge asked my attorney, he said, and I kept investigating the reports until Sergeant Hintz ordered me to stop investigating. The judge asked my attorney, do you have a question? He said, yes. When was that? 2 weeks after the shooting. Then what happened to you? Then he was sent to work as a county jailer, at a jailer in the county jail. And he was removed as a detective from the case. That is all in the transcript. This is not just me wishing that that's what happened. That I can tell you for a fact. This is not me thinking it. This is me having read these documents over and over, saying, how come nobody wants to read this? Why does nobody want to read this? So, there you go.
Okay. So just to kind of take you back to where we were, it was really at the time of the trial that I was talking about, because I just want to make sure I understand what you were telling Vice Chair Cleaver. At the time of the trial, there were reports and documents that had been provided by the police or the prosecution to your defense attorney.
Yes.
That
Three of those documents, 3 of the police reports. Go ahead.
Okay, and those could all be said to be exculpatory, and
yes,
witnesses testified contrary to what was in those reports. So I just want to, because if that's the case, then that meant that the police and the prosecution, as well as your defense attorney, at the time of the trial, all knew that this testimony was contrary to what was in the reports, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
But we're not putting them on trial. It's too late. There's nothing that can. I am not out to get the prosecutor. That man. I'm probably the only person on this planet who likes Fred Yuki. The only person in my family. My dad hated Fred. I respect Fred. I support Fred. He and his wife, Joanne, did not want children. My children were handicapped, and they stopped their lives to take care of and protect my children. Fred knows I didn't do this. If Fred thought that my children were in danger, Fred hid them. He took them and he hid them. He's not hiding them from me. I'm in prison. Fred hid them because he knows that the man who shot them is still out there. I respect that man. I do not hate him. He raised my children. He loves them. Nobody will ever make me say anything bad about Fred. The transcript shows what the transcript says. Yes, Fred did some things that were wrong because he needed to put me in prison, because he needed to stop the investigation because they could not find the man who did this. And as long as Diane's in prison, then the man who did this thinks he's safe and my children are safe. I really believe in my heart that's why Fred did what he did. Not because he hated me. Not because he wanted to close a case, well, kinda. But he wanted to protect my kids from the person who did this. And it wasn't me. It just, if it was me, why would he hide them? Who's he hiding them from? Not me. No, we are not trying to turn this around and make Fred Hughey the bad guy or Jim Jagger the bad guy. This has nothing to do with them. This is years after the fact. Jim Jagger, he retired. Fred Hughey retired. Everybody's retired or dead. We're all old now. Crap. I was going to get through this without doing this. Anyway, no, this is not about Bash Fred Hughey Day. It just isn't going to be about that. I have too much respect for him.
Okay. Well, I wasn't suggesting that it was. I never said that.
I know.
You said that, and I was really just trying to clarify.
Because that's how I was starting to feel protective of him.
Okay.
Oh crap! I'm still codependent.
Well, so let me ask you about that because you told the other board members that you've learned through programming that you're too trusting. Yeah. And that, if I just make sure I understand that, because you're too trusting, that led to you stopping on a road in the middle of the night for a strange man who ended up shooting you and the children. Is that right?
Yes.
And that because you were too trusting, you agreed to falsely accuse your father of sexually abusing you. And because you were too trusting, you were wrongfully convicted.
Yes. I trusted that the police would do the right thing, that the law is something that everybody has to abide by, not just the people on the street, but also the law keepers and the law givers and the law enforcers. I assumed that they would be doing the right thing, and you expect that your attorney is going to do what he's supposed to do, which is represent you to the best of his ability. I didn't know until 8 years later that he actually was Fred Hughey's co-worker in the Lane County District Attorney's Office. That was a surprise to me. So the year before my dad hired him. So yes, I trusted. When I told the police what happened, I believed that they were going to find him. I had no reason to doubt that they were going to do that. When my attorney said, I need you to talk to the media because people have been calling the office and saying that the police are not following up on their leads, I need you to talk to the media so that more people will come and give me leads. And I trusted that that was the right thing to do. I trusted that when the media came and said, Diane, we know you love your kids. Here's your opportunity to say how much you love them. And so I did, because I couldn't see my kids and I worried about them. They were in foster care and I worried about them. And so I took the opportunity to tell my children how much I love them and I miss them and I want them to get better and I want them to be okay. And none of that ever made the news, but I trusted that it was going to, because that's what the media came to me with. I was young. I was stupid. I was naive. I was inexperienced. The only violence in my whole life was ever Steve Downs. And I wasn't prepared to find out that the world is not exactly what I thought it was.
Okay, so which of the programming that you have participated in led you to realize that you are too trusting?
That would have been the, oh shoot, what was the last one? I wrote it down because I can never remember it. Life scripting. I can never remember that name. It was the life scripting class.
Okay, so
because
that's...
it actual, go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry, but to be clear, that's the programming you've been engaged in since the last time you saw the board. Is that right?
No, that one was about 8 years ago.
Oh, that was 8 years ago?
about 8 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I've been on this path to healing.
So
I am a literal person. I take everything literally.
All right.
When you say, what happened on May 19th? What happened on May 19th was we were shot. Literally, that was it. And when people say, did you hurt your children? Literally, no, I didn't. And during this life scripting class, I realized that I did. That 8 years ago was an epiphany for me, and it's like the floodgates have opened. I did. If my children had not been with me on that road, nothing would have happened to them. I didn't want somebody to shoot my children. I did not have a gun. I did not shoot my children. But if my children had not been with me that night, they would not be dead and injured. I am the reason for that.
Ms. Downs.
I am the reason for that.
Ms. Downs.
And I know that, but I did not understand that because I am a literalist. I am a literal person.
Oh, okay, Ms. Downs.
And that opened it up for me.
All right, so thank you for sharing that. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I really want to get back to the question at hand, or the topic at hand, and it really goes back to the beginning when Chair Bailey said that he wanted to ask you about what programming you did since the last time you saw the board. So we've now established that this issue of learning about you trusting too much, you'd already gained that insight 8 years ago. So, and I'm sorry if maybe you said this and I missed it, but what if anything, have you gained insight about or learned in the last 5 years since you saw the board last?
I've taken cognitive behavioral treatment.
Yes, and you mentioned that, but what did you learn something from that? And if so, what?
It was victim impact. It was LTOP again, in which I took 10 years ago. So it was a refresher course. What have I learned more about myself? That is not easy. That it's not easy to undo a lifetime of behavior. Trusting. You have to be able to trust to an extent. You can't just not trust anybody. That's not healthy. And it's not good for you. It's not good for anybody else. So I have tried to learn to balance between the two. But everything goes back to life scripting. Why do I do something? If somebody comes and they say, Diane, I need you to do something, and I can do it, I do it because I want to do it, not because I feel like I have to do it anymore. But if I feel like I have to do it, why do I feel like I have to do it? Is it because if I don't do it, they won't like me? That's never been the reason, but that's one of the things that they teach you. I've never worried about not doing something because I won't be liked. That doesn't really bother me. But it's just building on that, every day practicing that skill. You don't just take a class and that's the end of it. You have to practice it every single day until it just becomes second nature for you. And so every time somebody asks me something, it's a practice lesson built on life scripting. The classes that I've taken, Prison of Peace, it was great. It teaches you how to mediate other people's problems, but while you're mediating somebody else's problems, it opens the door for saying, hey, I had that same problem at some point. Maybe I had, whether it's a problem with a roommate or a problem with a staff person or a problem with something at home. My mom just recently ended up in the hospital, and there was nothing I could do about it. So go back to life scripting. Why do I feel like I have to do something about it? The doctors are taking care of her. She's in the hospital. She's being rehydrated. So there's nothing you can do. So stressing on that isn't going to make mom any better, and it's not going to make you any better. And those are things that I've learned in the classes since then, because every class that I've taken since then always goes back to life scripting, always goes back to why. Because I'm a person that needs to know why. I need to know why, everything. Why do I do what I do? Why do other people do what they do? Why do they not do what they do? So.
All right, thank you, Ms. Downs.
All right, and Ms. Gaclinty, any questions about programming?
Yes. Ms. Downs, you took a victims impact course back in 2018. Can you tell the board a little bit about this program, just your experience with the program and what you learned?
Yes. Victim impact. I think they probably have the same thing there. But in case they don't, I will give you a brief rundown of what it's about. They bring in video screens, and people that have been victims of crimes, various crimes, will tell their story, and then we talk about, inmates, we prisoners, get together and we talk about how would you feel if you were that person or if you were that person's family? How do you feel knowing that you maybe did something like that, or that you did something that led to something like that happening? And so we basically rip open our souls to talk about that particular case, whether it's a rape case or a robbery case or an assault or a murder or whatever. And so in those cases, we are able to, because everybody in the class wants to be in that class. Everybody wants to figure out why they did what they did, why they became the person that they became. And so we are open enough to talk with each other about things. And maybe somebody else will say something. That's what impacted me. That's what made me finally realize it is my fault. It is my fault. You don't have to pick up a gun to make it your fault. And so it was hearing one of the other girls talk about her story about she was, that she had done something to provoke her husband to attack her, and she ended up killing him. And so while it wasn't her intention to kill him, what started was her provoking him to anger, and she just won the battle. And I'm not saying it's right. I'm just telling you that was what came out in the class. And so looking at it from that point of view, it helps all of us say, hey, I can relate to that in one way or another. Maybe not exactly that way, but in another way. And so Victim Impact is a class that was sponsored by the outside. They send people from the outside world that come in and teach it. It's not guard sponsored. And they go to all these classes and training and stuff to be trained in what to say to us and what to ask us that provokes us to look past what we thought we knew to something that we didn't know about ourselves, about our victims, and there you go. So that's what Victim Impact is. We watch videos and we talk.
Okay, and you said that people that are there, they want to be there because they want to kind of know why they did what they did. What was your motivation for taking the course?
Well, I voluntarily took LTOP back 8 years ago. And it's exactly the same as CBT. I took it eight years ago. My reason was because I wanted to know what happened. Why? What makes me get to the point, because I took LTOP right about the same time that I took the life scripting class. They were pretty much about the same time. And after life scripting, I said, wait a minute, I don't know something. There's some things about myself that I need to know about myself, and maybe this class will help. I looked at it as a class for me. And when I took it, they had victim impact, anger management, parenting, all the different classes that they had. And so I took it because I wanted to know why. Why is it that I am a literalist? Why am I just a person that if you ask me a question, I'm going to give you black and white, literally, what the answer is, and not all the extras that go along with it. That's why one of the members there asked me what I think. I told you what I think. That doesn't mean it is about Kimmer and Judy. That doesn't mean that that's what they're thinking. But you asked me what I think why I thought their behavior was that way. I'm literally answering questions. It's my purse. I don't know. But so through victim impact, I was able to stretch that a little bit further and see that not everything is literal. I took it because I wanted to be better. I wanted to know why. Why would I stop on the road? Why would I meet with somebody? Why wasn't I afraid? Why? And that's why I took it. And then, okay, so CBT, I didn't voluntarily take CBT. I was drafted. I was drafted that time. Now, I went to board in 2020, Mr. Bailey knows, and James Taylor said, so I see you took these classes, and he wanted me to talk about them, and I did. And he said, sounds to me like they're just teaching you how to manipulate the board. And all I could do was laugh and say, well, Mr. Taylor, you never have to worry about seeing anything like that in my e-file again. I'll be doggone if 2 years later I got drafted into CBT. And so I asked to be removed because of what Mr. Taylor said, because I didn't want the board members to think that I was disrespecting you, that I was disregarding your wishes. If you didn't want me to take those classes because you believe that it's a manipulation, I don't want you to say, well, the heck with you, I can do anything I want, just watch me. And so I fought to not go to CBT. And I ended up doing the whole program anyway. That's why I can tell you that it is LTOP 2.0. It is exactly, they use the same videos for victim impact. Everything is the same. But because I had been through it before, I actually got more out of it because I wasn't just flailing around in the dark. Plus, I had my life scripting class in between the two. So I knew that there was something that needed to be fixed. Before that, I honestly believed there was nothing that needed to be fixed. I really did. And now I know there is. I have weaknesses. I have things that I need counseling for. But I didn't think I did in LTOP. Took the life scripting, realized I did have weaknesses, got drafted into CBT, fought it, but I went every single day. And I participated every single day, and I got things out of it. So.
If you could have access to any programming or therapy from where you're at, is there something specifically that you think that you need?
Yes. I need a counselor who actually believes that I'm innocent and will listen to what I have to say. Most counselors in prison, they have the same thing that you have, which is all the documents that the state gives you, whatever it might be. And so that's all they have to go on. They don't have anything else. And they have to trust, imagine that, they have to trust that what they're given is accurate. I'm not saying that what you've given them is a lie. I'm saying that it's incomplete. You don't have Kimber Morrison's transcript. You don't have Judy Patterson's transcript. You don't have the police reports. So what you've been given, you have to trust is accurate. And it's not. So if I was to have a counselor, it would be a counselor that absolutely accepted me for what is the truth. I didn't do it. Accept that that's the truth, and then listen to me, because there's not going to be any true healing until I can actually say the truth and get questions, and because most psychologists, what they do is they ask you questions that will make you look at yourself deeper. And so if I say I didn't do it, you go, okay, but don't you think maybe you're just repressing that? Well, no, I'm not repressing that, but now you're not asking me questions that are going to make me search deeper. And if they said, okay, so if their answer then, if they do believe in me, is I didn't do it, okay, so how do you think you got into that situation knowing that you didn't do it? What led you to that road? What led you to that? So if I could have anything, I would want a psychiatrist or a psychologist that believed me and wanted my mental health, as opposed to supporting a case handed to them by somebody else.
And so what would you, if you had a counselor that believed you wholeheartedly,
Yes.
what would you
Yes.
work on with them then? Like, what are the things that you have identified in yourself that you need to work on with this counselor?
Wow. I don't even know, because most of it, I've talked with Dr. Rossi and Dr. Shoji, so they actually, whether or not they believed in me, they gave the appearance of believing in me, and so that was healing. But even then, I didn't delve deep into, I think what it would be is my own, I can tell you one thing. The thing that makes me cry, the only thing about all of this that makes me cry, gut hard cry, is knowing that it was my fault. That's what I would want to deal with. I need to have somebody that I could talk to that would listen to me and would accept the fact, number one, that I'm innocent of shooting, but that I am guilty of putting my children in danger. That I have never reconciled, ever. Not through all the classes. I've never reconciled that. I can't, because there's no excuse for it. There's no changing it. There's no going back for it. There's no forgiveness for that. So I don't want to forgive myself, but I don't know. That's the only thing that sticks. That's the only thing that sticks. That if I was to ever have a counselor, and like I said, Dr. McNeil has graciously offered to counsel me when I get out, that would be my thing, is coming to terms when I'm alone in my shower, because that's the only place you're alone in here. That is the only thing that I really, really struggle with. Everything else I have come to grips with, but not that, because it can never be changed. No matter how much we talk, no matter how many questions I'm asked, no matter how many times I sit before the board, that night is never going to change. And so therefore, in my soul, it never goes away. It never gets reconciled. I don't even know that it can. Even if I had a psych, I'm not even sure that it could be. Because
Okay, thank you.
All right, so Ms. Downs, I actually think that now probably is a good time to take a break. We're halfway through our topics. We have, just so you know where we're going next, so the next topic we're going to cover is disciplinary history. And then I'm going to combine two topics. We're going to talk about the psychological evaluations that you've taken, and we have a few in the file. And we're going to talk about your criminal history together, all in one topic, and kind of one lump. And then we're going to cover at the last your parole plan and what your plans for your future are going to be. So that's where we're going, and we are about halfway through. So let's take a break. Now here's my question to you, because I just don't know what the situation is there in California. How long does it? I mean, how much time do you need if you need time to use the facility, get some water? Do you need 10, 15 minutes? What does that look like there?
the bathroom is about 20 paces that way, and I don't drink water because I don't want to have to go to the bathroom. So
Okay.
whatever you guys, I will be sitting here when you come back.
Okay.
How's that? All right,
Well,
all right.
in that case,
If something happens and you don't come back, I will go get the officer. If this screen goes black, because it's happened before, I will go get the officer and he'll put you back on.
okay, perfect. I appreciate that very much. So let's go ahead and take an 11-minute break. We'll come back on the record at 10:35 a.m. And with that, we'll be
Okay.
off the record until then. Just so you know, Ms. Downs, we might still be able to hear you on your side, so just heads up.
Okay, that was going to be my question. I don't know if my attorney wants to talk to me during the break or if she's good, and I'm good.
Well,
So-
if that's the case, that's for you to work out with with the California staff to try and figure out a means to do that. I don't have the capacity to figure that out for y'all, so that's up to y'all to figure.
Okay.
Diane, if you can ask the officer whether there's a way we can talk on the phone, that would be immensely helpful, but we can't talk on the video at all.
Give me your phone call real quick because I don't have it on me.
503-490-0777.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
And with
Sounds
that-
good. Thanks.
Okay, and we'll come back in 10 minutes now. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Downs, we're back on the record. Can you still hear me?
I can.
Okay, good. Ms. Mayhew, I hope you're back with us and you can hear me. If you can just let me know that you can.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay.
Bailey.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Mayhew, I just want to let you know the email request for the set-over specifying your objection that was sent at 7:38 a.m. this morning. I'm going to include that officially in the record to go along with your oral objection, assuming you don't have a
Thank
problem
you.
with that.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so Ms. Downs, we're going to turn to your disciplinary conduct. I have a few questions about some of the. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I say one thing? That I remembered what the $1,200, where she read that, because she's going to go crazy. One of the members is going to go crazy looking for that $1,200. That was my past parole board hearing. I had money back then, so I don't. But I have family support. My family, they're all fighting over who gets to bring me home like a puppy. So I have family support. You have the letter from my brother. He wants to get me, he wants to show me, he wants to teach me how the world is now. And he has a home, he has a big home, and my mom has 4 bedrooms. So I have family support. I'm not going to be destitute, and I won't be on the street for sure. So, but for that member's sake, that's where the $1,200, it was for my last parole board hearing. I had a bank account back then.
Okay.
So, or a prison account. So, all right.
Okay, thank you for letting us know that, Ms. Downs. Again, we're going to, the last topic we're covering today is your parole plan. So if that board member has any follow-ups, I'm sure she'll ask them when we get to that section.
Okay.
All right. So for disciplinary conduct, I have some questions about specific disciplinary episodes, and I'm just curious to hear kind of your side of the story on some of these. So in 1985 is when you obtained a DR for attempt to commit, possess, or manufacture the use of dangerous contraband. That's the DR where you were found to be involved in participating in drug trafficking in the institution. I'm just curious, can you tell me more about what happened in that incident?
First of all, do you actually have the DR? Do you have it? Or do you just have somebody's version of it?
So I have exactly what you have in that hearings packet that we sent to you. That's exactly what we're going.
Right. You don't actually have the DR. There was a male inmate in the Oregon prison who was a drug trafficker in the men's prison. And he alleged that I wrote him a letter about bringing drugs from his prison into our prison. It had nothing to do with the visiting room. And because they gave me a copy of the alleged letter. It had nothing to do with the visiting room. I did not write that letter. He was getting in trouble. He was being busted, and he figured if he could throw heat off on Diane Downs and that he's the good guy because, look, I'm trying to help take down drug dealers, he thought he was going to get himself out of trouble. And he did, by the way. He did not go to ADSEG. I went to ADSEG. But if the staff had truly, if the warden of Oregon State Penitentiary really believed that I was doing that, that warden would not have allowed me to walk from my women's prison to the men's prison to go to college to get my associate's degree. He would never have allowed me in that prison. And that same man to be on the prison floor with me. So clearly, not even they believed it at that time. So I did not write that letter. And it had nothing to do, even the letter itself, as bogus as it was, even that letter did not talk about bringing drugs into the prison. It was about, I think the letter said something to the effect of, I wanted heroin for a friend of mine. I didn't have any friends in the Oregon prison. So how is this supposed to happen? Oregon prison was not amenable to me. I did not have friends there.
Okay, so it sounds like that you kind of contest that you were involved in bringing drugs into the women's prison. Did I get that correctly?
Absolutely.
And then in 1987, that is when, as we know, you escaped from the institution. Can you just let the board members know why you chose to do that?
I had just received an affirmed without opinion, an AWOP from the Court of Appeals on my direct appeal. And I believe at that time we also got the Supreme Court decision that we came down. I think the AWOP came down in February, and the Supreme Court denied review in May of '87. And the media called me and said, so how does it feel to know that you're never going home? I said, I don't know what you're talking about, because my attorney did not tell me that I had lost my appeal. That I had to find out through the media. And so I thought that was it. And somebody had found a suspect in the case, and that person had gone to the police and asked the police if they would investigate the suspect in the case, because the police said they couldn't find a suspect. The police said, as far as we're concerned, the case is closed. And so I left prison because I figured I would go find the suspect and do whatever I needed, tape record him, whatever was required to get his confession. And so there was a girl, won't use her name, it's in the police reports, which apparently you don't have. There was a girl that told me, my ex-husband will help you go find this guy, because I was talking to her, I was frustrated. And she said, yeah, my ex-husband will help you go find this guy. And like I said, I wasn't liked in the Oregon prison, and this girl was being nice to me. And of course, being the codependent person that I was, and young and stupid, I trusted her. And so I went to go see her ex-husband. He did not have a car. He had a bicycle, a 10-speed bicycle. She didn't tell me that part. And so there you go. That was why I left, because there was a suspect in the case, and I was going to go find this suspect.
Okay, that's helpful. When you did that, did you have an idea of who you believed the suspect was?
Yes, and it was a suspect. It was the suspect that I had picked out of a photo lineup. The police gave me his name. And so I had told this reporter, and the reporter allegedly found this person in Seaside. I did not know there was a Seaside, Oregon, apparently. So I was headed to Seaside, California, thinking that was the Seaside, that he was in California. And that's where I thought I was going to go, and this girl's ex-husband was going to drive me there, and she had this whole plan. It was all worked out, because, Diane, if you don't do this, you're never going to see your children ever again in life. And it broke my heart, and she had a plan, and so I executed it, and there you go. And that was it. That was...
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. It was stupid. It was stupid. I got as far as his house, and that was it. That was it. It was stupid. And when they came to get me, I gave myself up, and I came back to prison, and I've never there you go. We did not find a suspect until the person who's been confessing, we did not find him until 1993. So in 1987, it was a waste.
Okay. And who is the person in 1993 that you now believe, like you found, as the perpetrator?
Well, he confessed. He's confessed to numerous people. He's bragged about it. This man has a prison record going from the 70s. His first prison record was assault. His last one in 2006 was for assault. The man has been committing violence against Oregon citizens for 30, 40 years, 50 years, 40 years. and he's the one that confessed. So, and he fits the composite, not just mine, but Christie's. So, there you go.
And again, who is that though? I'm confused who that actually is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I used my daughter's name. I apologize. His name was James Clare Haynes. James Clare Haynes.
So in 1989, so May of 1989, you were in New Jersey institutions, and you received a disciplinary for attempt or planning to escape. Can you tell me what happened in that incident?
Yes. A guy named Robert Siever wrote to me. He wanted me, I have to go back. After I came back from my escape, a guy named John Budke contacted me and wanted me to sign a release for a media release so that he wanted me to sign a media release for Motown Pictures. I refused. So then he said, well, do a media release for me and I'll find somebody else if you don't like Motown Pictures. I said, I don't want any movie made at all. I'm not signing any release. Then they shipped me off to New Jersey, the CDC, or ODC, Oregon Department of Corrections, sent me to New Jersey. And while I was there, the second year, a guy named Robert Siever wrote to me and said, I want to be your friend. Okay. And he goes, I think you should sign a media release so that we can do your movie. No. So then he wrote and said, I think we should get married. That way I can sell the story as your husband. No. Well, maybe I should come and visit you. So he moved to New Jersey and was here for 6 weeks. He came to visit me weekly. And every time he said, my friend John, again, John Budke, my friend John says that he can make a lot of money for us. No, I'm not interested in a movie. I'm not interested in making money. My parents take care of me. I don't need that. He stayed on me for 6 weeks, and the very last day that he came, he goes, John says this is your last chance. He wants you to sign the media release, and if you won't do it, then you're just going to be in a lot of trouble. And I said, how much more trouble could I be in? He left and went immediately to Investigative Services Unit, ISU. I don't know if you have the equivalent in Oregon, but he went to basically the warden and said, Diane's planning to escape, and I'm going to help her. I did not know he was doing this until the correctional officer's captain came to snatch me up and put me in ADSEC, and I said, what am I doing now? What have I been accused of now? And they said, you and Robert Siever were planning to escape. I said, we were not. So the district attorney's office stepped in New Jersey. They gave Robert Siever a polygraph test. He failed. Then the district attorney wanted to talk to me on the phone. They pulled me out of my cell. They put me in a little office. They gave me the phone. I talked to this man. I know his voice. I recognize his voice. And after we finished talking, he asked me a lot of questions about my visit with Siever, everything that we're doing here. And then I hung up the phone and nobody came to take me back to my cell. And so I opened the door, looked down the hallway. It's a very small unit. Looked down the hallway and I heard that same man's voice. He had been talking to me from the cop shop at the end of the hall. And he said he did not see me open the door. The officers didn't see me open the door. And I heard him say, this woman, there is no reason and no evidence to believe this woman is planning to escape. I refuse to bring charges against her. I went, okay. So I said, hello, and they came and got me, put me back in my cell, charged me with planning to escape, found me guilty, institution. I did a year in ADSEG behind that. But there were no state charges brought against me because the prosecutor said there is no reason and no evidence to believe this is true.
Okay, and so what I have, and I want to make sure I'm getting this correctly. So what I have is that he said, let's see, that letters and transcripts you had given him via the mail, this is from the report, wanting him to purchase in preparation for an escape. Mr. Siever voluntarily agreed to a polygraph examination. Mr. Siever reported that they had discussed numerous escape plans. Some of the plans included that he would hire a helicopter and force the pilot at gunpoint to land in the South Hall yard while Ms. Downs was on the recreation yard. It goes on to say Ms. Downs had given him a piece of paper with her listed yard times. He also discussed a plan where he would enter the facility undetected via Route 78 and would conceal a weapon near the visiting trailer. He would then retrieve the concealed weapon when he visited her. He indicated he would hire someone to assist in the escape, but he wanted to do the, quote, legwork, unquote, in preparation for the escape. So that's what a lot of what the report is saying, right? And so it sounds like you're contesting that information or those facts. Is that correct?
That was a report given by somebody who knew nothing about the New Jersey State Prison. There is no yard time. There is, whenever the staff feel like to take you out, they'll take you out. And there is a gunner, and that's when they can get a gunner to sit on the outside of the fence. It's a small yard. It's, I don't know if you've ever seen the OWCC yard. It's roughly the same. It's half the size of the OWCC yard. He sits there with his shotgun drawn and cocked at all times. I could never know what day I was going to go to yard. I could never know what time I was going to go to yard. And there's always an armed guard sitting there watching us in an area that is roughly the size of 6 living rooms, the size of your, from what I can see of your office right there. Right there. He made that up. I never told him that. He made that up. Clearly it was false. He also said that he wanted to go hire to get a helicopter. That wasn't me. He wanted to go get friends to help him do this. That wasn't me. Everything he said was about him. And that's why when the prosecutor gave him the polygraph test, he failed because he made the whole thing up. The whole thing was fabricated. The whole thing was fabricated.
Okay. So, you know, I'm a little curious. I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So in 1987, when you escaped, you were in the home. You were found in a home with a few different people. And one of the individuals, I thought I saw his last name was Seifer, and then this individual is Seaver. Is this the same person from? You would
think that, but it's not. Seifert, Seifert, was 1987. Seaver, Seaver, was in 1992. 92? I could look it up, but it would take time. It would waste time. But 92, the Seaver is Seaver. Now, the only commonality between them is John Budke's name is John Stevens. And John Stevens, the woman Louise, may as well just throw Louise out there. Louise is the one that was Wayne Seifert's ex-wife, and she left Wayne for John Stevens. So John Stevens and John Budke are the same person, and he was the commonality. He was the one that came to the prison, checked my prison visiting record. John Stevens is the one that came and wanted me to sign a release form, and I wouldn't do it. So they're basically tied together. They had just been trying to get me to sign a release form so that they could do a movie, and I refused. To release Motown. They were going to sell my contract to Motown so Motown would not be sued. I didn't sue Motown anyway, but that doesn't stop other people from doing what they want.
Okay. Well, when you look back on that 1989 DR, what do you think you did wrong in that instance?
Trust. I'm sorry. Trust. I believed when Robert Seaver wrote to me and he goes, I just want to be your friend. Okay, well, I believed him. I just believed him. Everybody wants to have someone that believes in them. My family believes in me. My family supports me. But I just don't want, nobody wants to be alone. Nobody wants to be reviled. Everybody wants to be believed. And when he wrote and said he believed in me, I believed him. And I was dumb. I was still inexperienced in the ways of prison, because in Oregon nobody liked me, so I didn't really learn anything except to avoid the verbal punches. I didn't learn anything. I didn't learn anything until I came here, and I had friends who said, Diane, stop being a dumbass. Okay. So they're real with me here. They tell me, if you're messing up, they're going to tell you you're messing up. So, yeah.
All right, well, thank you. And then in 1991, so that's when you had another, again, also I believe in New Jersey, another attempt or
Yeah.
planned escape, DR. Can you tell me what happened in that instance?
Yes. I was minding my own business in my cell, and they came and pulled me out, put me in ADSEC, and I said, now what? They said that I was planning to escape with an officer, and that I had a light blue denim romper, sleeveless romper, which was thigh high, no legs, it was thigh high. And that I could, if I wanted to, transform that light blue sleeveless denim romper into a navy blue polyester officer's uniform and escape. There's no way that is going to happen. There was no dye in my room. There were no sleeves on the romper. There were no legs on the romper. And even if I had an officer's uniform, everybody knew my face. I lived in the Max unit. Visitors had to come to my unit. Chow came to my unit. I could not leave that unit except under armed guard. Everybody knew there was only 36 people living in that unit, 36 prisoners in that unit. There's no way I was going to walk out of that prison in a light blue sleeveless denim romper. But they still found me guilty. And by the way, I'd had that romper for 2 years. They still found me guilty, and I did another year in ADSEC.
So the report I have indicates that some of the items that were the basis for the DR were concealed under books or on a desk shelf and in your closet. So I guess I'm curious why they were concealed.
They were not concealed. Living in New Jersey, each cell is like a submarine cell. You walk in the door, there is a closet on the one side, and there is a bed on the other side, and next to the closet is a green metal shelf. There are no doors, there are no curtains, and then there's a toilet. There is nothing. There's nothing to conceal. The drawer, the shelf, it's a desk, so that you can sit at the desk and you can write letters if you wanted to. It has a drawer space. It has one drawer space that is probably 1.5 feet tall by 1 foot wide, with no door on the front. And everything that you own is stacked on there. All of your clothes, you can hang what you can hang in the closet, and everything else, your jeans or whatever, your t-shirts, are folded and put on that shelf. Everything is on that shelf. That's where the romper was. There's nothing to be, the books were underneath, because they don't sit on top of the clothes and wrinkle them. The books were underneath and it was like 2 books. It was 2 books, and they were underneath the clothes. There's no way to conceal anything in that room. No way. Man, I wish I had a picture to show you. I really wish I had a picture to show you.
That's all right. So when you look back on that, what do you think you did wrong in this instance?
What I did wrong? Nothing. There was nothing that I could have done. There was no way to foresee this. I can tell you what I did after the fact. My brother got photographs of the officers' uniforms. I'll send them to you if you want them, to show you, and a copy of the disciplinary report. I don't know if you have a copy of the disciplinary report, but I will send you a copy of the since you're not going to make a ruling for another 30 days. I can send you a copy of the disciplinary report that shows light blue denim romper, sleeveless, and a photograph of an officer wearing his uniform. I can send these if you would like to have them. It's your choice, so that you can see the truth. I don't know what I could have done. The romper was legal. I'd had it for 2 years. I don't know what I could have done differently.
Okay. And then there's one more disciplinary that I want to talk about. Actually, sorry, 2 more. So in 1991, you also had in Oregon, wait, let me double check my dates. 1991,
Sandra
disciplinary, possessing, manufacturing, or use of dangerous contraband.
Thank you, Blues, for becoming a deputy rambler. We appreciate your becoming a member. Thank you. Welcome.
Escape device, and they say you were in possession of a diagram of the facility, outlining the perimeter fence, cameras along the back of the perimeter yard, multi-purpose building, control center, and the location of your cell, facility buildings, etc. I'm just curious, can you talk to me a little bit about what happened in that instance?
Yes. I was watching TV. No, I wasn't. I wasn't watching TV that day. I was sitting there reading a book. And Sandra Poole opened the door and she said, "Give me that piece of paper." I said, "What piece of paper?" She said, "The one that's on your desk." I said, "Okay." It was on my desk. That's how she saw it. I wasn't hiding it. It wasn't anything. I was drawing a floor plan because I was going to court for my post-conviction hearing, and I was going to be going home. Absolutely. All the evidence that we had absolutely stood in my favor. And so I was going home. I was drawing a floor plan because that's what I do back then, that's what I used to do when I stress, is I draw floor plans. I have done it since I was a child. I don't know why, but that's my de-stressor. It was not a floor plan of the prison. If somebody was going to help me escape, it would be easier to help me escape on the way to court. It would be easier. Everybody knew which cell was mine. I had been, because they made a special cell for me. It had bars on the window. It was a screen mesh on the window. The prison, everybody can approach it from any side without trouble. I had been gone from that prison for 3 years. If I was going to try to teach somebody how to help me escape from that prison, I would not have waited until I got to the prison and I never sent it in. I never sent the diagram in the mail. This was not an attempt. It was a floor plan for a house. Now you're going to ask me, what did I do wrong? I should never have drawn a floor plan of a house. There you go. But it didn't even look like the prison. I wish they would give you these things. All they do is they give you these little statements, but they don't give you the evidence to look at. It doesn't look anything like OWCC. Nothing.
Okay. And then lastly, Ms. Downs, I'm curious about the 1994. This was California DR for attempted escape. This is when they observed that the mortar and caulking from the area around the cell window had been peeled and chipped away. Can you talk to me about that instance?
Yes, I can. When I arrived in the Oregon prison, they moved me from cell to cell every 3 months. That was because I was an involuntary, a non-disciplinary escape risk ADSEG prisoner. So every 3 months they moved me to a different cell so that I wouldn't get comfortable or whatever. Every time I went into the cell, by this time, this was like my 4th cell. By the time I got there, I knew the first thing you have to do, they hand you a paper and you write down everything that's broken. Does the water work? Does the electricity work? Whatever. And so you put it in and the officer puts in a work order to have it repaired. So when I walked in, I was putting my hands back through the food port for Officer Molina to take my handcuffs off. And when I looked up, I could see the window. I said, "Molina, the caulking is out of this window." She goes, "Where?" So she didn't take the cuffs off. She opened the door. She had me stand by. She went in. She looked at the window and she goes, "These dumbasses." Sorry, I'm just repeating. I said, "What?" She goes, she says, "Your room now looks down on the yard, the shoe yard, the security housing unit yard. These girls pull the caulking out so they can talk to their friends on the yard because they're not allowed to have yard together." She said, "I'll put it in a work order. Just write it down on the work order so that I can make a work order." So I did. Caulking, 6 inches of caulking was removed. Now the window is 3 inches wide. Can you see my face? The window is 3 inches wide. The caulking was around the window. Even if the window itself was removed, my head was not going through that. So she wrote up the report. End of story. About a month later, there was an officer that was harassing a girl in the next cell. And I told, sexually harassing her. And when he took me to shower, I said, leave her alone or I will tell the sergeant what you're doing. He put me in my shower. When I came back, he said, I'm writing you up for attempting to escape. I said, how? He said, that caulking is missing. You're trying to escape. I said, the window is 3 inches wide. I'm not that skinny. My head's not. He wrote me anyway. The sergeant heard my 115, the disciplinary report. The sergeant heard my DR. He said, Molina, I told him Molina wrote it in the damage report. He says, I don't care about the damage report. The officer's done it. He said it. I believe him. You're guilty. I appealed that finding all the way to Sacramento. Sacramento overturned the 115, the disciplinary report, because a sergeant cannot hear that punishment. A lieutenant has to hear that disciplinary report. I won it on a technicality. Went back to the lieutenant. He now hears me on the disciplinary report. I told him the same thing I told the sergeant. He said, where is this damage report? I said, right there in that box. He said, okay. He got up, walked over, opened the box, pulled it out. He goes, oh my God, Molina wrote it in red. I said, yes. He said, how did this guy not see it? I said, because he didn't look. He said, not guilty. You didn't pull that caulking. It was already there. Molina dated it in red. The day you moved in is the day the caulking was already missing. And so I was found not guilty. They were supposed to pull that disciplinary report from my file, but apparently they haven't. There is a 128 chrono somewhere in my file that shows why the lieutenant found me not guilty on appeal, for the very reason that I just told you. It would be easier just to pull it, but they didn't. So, there you go.
All right, well, thank you, Ms. Downs. I think that covers the questions I have for you on your disciplinary history. So let me check in with Ms. Cleaver, see if she has any questions.
I have a couple of questions. So, in 1987, when you escaped, did you have the name of the person that you believe is the killer?
Yes.
Okay. So you escape and you go to this person's house.
Yes.
And what did you do? Because you stayed there. You didn't go to California. You didn't go to Seaside, Oregon. So what'd you do?
I stayed there, and when I got there, I told him, Louise sent me. She said that you will help me get to California. He pointed to his 10-speed bicycle and he said, how? I don't have a tandem. What can you do? Then there's a 14-state manhunt.
This is crazy. He didn't have a tandem bicycle. Okay. Thank you so much, Blues. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for becoming a member, and thank you for that generous super chat. Appreciate it.
I didn't have a backup plan. I did not call my family. I was not going to incorporate my family in any of this. And there was nothing to do but sit and wait. And I knew that somebody would come and get me eventually. And they did. So Louise told them where I was. She waited a week, and then she told them, because she knew my fingerprint. This is what she told me after I got back. She said, I thought you would be gone. I waited a week so that you would be gone and your fingerprints would be there and Wayne would get in trouble. So.
Okay, so this was an elaborate plan by Louise
Louise.
To get her ex-husband in trouble?
In trouble, yeah.
Okay.
That's what the police report, they don't ever give you any other reports. That's what the police report said.
Well,
the police report.
You just told me that's what she told you.
She told me through the window, and I got all the police reports. I know everything that every officer was doing when I went over the fence.
Okay.
None of those were confidential.
She knows everything everybody else was doing. Isn't that what they tell you? Especially when you work in an office, you know what everybody else is doing but yourself, right? oh, she's not doing her job, she's not doing her job, he's not doing his job. She knows what everybody else is doing. I love it. This is comical.
Every single one of those. And so I know what Louise told me through the window, and I know what the police reports all say.
Oh, okay. So I guess, but you wanted to escape, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so this was as much your plan as it was Louise's plan, correct?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So even if this was some sort of plan by Louise to make her ex-husband look bad, you still wanted to escape
Sure.
and did escape.
Yeah. She had her reason. I had my reason.
Okay.
Yes.
So when you got to the house and you realized there was no way to get to California, why didn't you turn yourself in at that point?
I didn't like prison. Sorry, I just, I'm not making light of it. Prison is a horrible, horrible, horrible place. And it was just awful. No one wants, no, that's not true. There are people who like being in prison. I didn't like being in prison.
Okay. And then you talked about the 1989 attempted escape with, and I'm going to be honest that there was a couple of things about it that were a little confusing to me. So you said that John Stevens and John Budke are the same person?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
So,
yeah.
John,
Yes, they are.
Okay. So you first met John Stevens when?
He came after I returned from my escape. He came to the visiting room to see me in September of 1987. So I saw his face. I know his face.
Okay.
I know who he is. Yes.
Okay.
And when Robert Seaver, when I was in New Jersey, Robert Seaver sent me pictures of his 4 friends and his 4 buddies that he hangs out with, and one of them was John Stevens, but he called him John Budke.
Oh, okay. So the escape attempt in 1989, again, this was a group of people setting you up because you refused to sign a media release. Is that what I'm to understand?
I don't think they were intending to set me up. That's what happened, but I don't think they intended to. Robert Seaver wrote to me. The claim was made in May, and I went to ADSEG in May, and Robert Seaver returned to New Jersey in May. To Oregon from New Jersey in May. In September, he wrote to me several letters and said, "I'm so sorry for what I did. John said that we were going to split the money. He sold the story for $25,000 about how we were going to escape, and he was supposed to split the money with me, but then he lied to me and he kept the money, and I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that I did that to you." I still have that letter.
Okay, so there's 2 plans. The first plan was they wanted you to sign a media release, and you were talking with Mr. Bailey, and you said they told you if you refused to sign the media release, you would be in more trouble. You refused, and that's when they went to the warden and laid out this plan.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. That's my understanding. That's according to the police reports. Yes.
So they did try, in your testimony is that they tried to blackmail you into doing a media release, and when you didn't, they did this.
Yeah.
And that you had
Yes.
no intention of escaping?
No.
Okay.
No, we were going to court. I had a post-conviction hearing. This was in May, and my post-conviction hearing was scheduled. It was on the calendar for September of 89.
Okay.
I filed for post-conviction relief in 87. Steve Gorham was appointed to represent me in 87. He had gathered evidence about all the evidence that he'd gathered and put together his Fifth Amendment petition. And we were going to court. I was going to be brought back from New Jersey to Oregon for the post-conviction hearing in September of 1989.
Okay.
So for me to, and that's what I told Seaver. I said, I'm going home. I'm going back to Oregon in September. Why would I sign a media release after my name is cleared? Then and why would I marry you after my name is cleared? I have a life to go home to. It doesn't involve being married to you, and it certainly doesn't involve doing a movie. I don't want a movie. I don't care about a movie. Nobody's ever gonna. I'm not interested.
Okay.
And
so, you know, it says in the documents we received that Mr. Seaver turned over numerous items, including tapes, letters, and transcripts.
Right.
Between the two of you. Are those, what do you say about that evidence?
I sent him trial transcripts. He says, because he kept saying,
Jimmy just got in the chat and he goes, "Oh my gosh, it sounds like you're talking to all the people in the chat." I said, "They know what we're saying. We're talking for her, Jimmy. We're oh my gosh, Jimmy's too late to the game, guys. Tell him Jimmy's too late. He doesn't understand that we're talking as if we're Diane." Oh my gosh.
His mom didn't believe, his mom was mad at him for dating me through the mail. And so I said, well, here. So I sent him trial transcripts to show her. That was the trial transcripts. I don't know how that could be used against me. I did a tape recording for him. There was nothing in there about escaping. What kind of a... You guys have been told that I'm intelligent. What kind of dumbass would have to tape record escape plans and send it out of the prison? And if I was... it would be ludicrous. And there is nothing on the tape recordings, one tape recording. There's nothing on there about escape plans. It sounds ominous because he turned over tape recordings and all this, but there's nothing on there about escaping. Nothing. And I don't know what kind of a shopping list it is. I don't even know what the shopping list would be. I do know that he told that during the disciplinary report hearing, they said, you were planning to escape to Canada. Of all the places I would not go, it's Canada. I hate the cold. I was raised in Arizona. I hate the cold. I would not go to Canada. But that was part of his fantasy. That was part of his storyline.
Okay. And then you then said that these two men then used your disciplinary action to sell a story and earn $25,000?
That's what Robert Seaver wrote in a letter to me. I don't know that he did or didn't, but that's what Robert Seaver wrote to me. He said, I am so sorry. Please take me back. I was wrong. John lied to me. He said we were going to make $10,000, but he sold it for $25,000, and he's supposed to give me half, and he didn't. That's a letter he wrote to me. Again, I'm only telling you what he wrote to me. I don't know that it's true.
Okay.
I can only tell you from my end what I received.
Okay. And then you overheard the district attorney tell prison officials that you shouldn't be charged.
Yep.
And then prison officials proceeded against you anyway, against the advice of a district attorney?
Yes, that was Charlotte Blackwell. Yes. Okay. I saw them both at the end of the hall, And I heard his voice, and that's why I looked at the end of the hall, and I saw him, the DA, or the man on the phone. I saw the man on the phone with the warden, Charlotte Blackwell. And they were talking, and he said, there is no evidence and no reason to believe this woman is planning to escape. There's no way I can bring charges against her.
So there seems to be kind of a theme that you are a person who people conspire against. Is that kind of what you're, because you're saying there was a conspiracy
Yes.
and people made you lie and made others lie in your trial, and now we have this attempt escape, and these prison officials are lying, and everybody's lying in that as well, and then when you're talking about the other, this seems to be a theme. Why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you kind of turned a light bulb on for me.
Oh.
Yes. According to the dangerous offender, I have to be mentally ill for you to keep me here. I sure look crazy, don't I? And yet every single thing that I've told you is true, and I have documents to prove it, but they don't give you those documents. All they give you is their version of it, which is, she made this all up. I'm definitely, since you're not going to hand down your decision today, I'm definitely going to send you the documents, because you need to know I am telling you the truth, and I did not make this up. You need to know that I had a light blue denim romper, which could never have been turned into a navy blue polyester officer's uniform. You need to know that. I don't know why people say the things they do. I did not know why people said those things, but now I understand that if they can do these things and I try to explain them, it makes me look wacky, and I'm not. I am telling you the God's honest truth, and I have documents to prove it, which they don't give you. And but it's still, you don't have those documents. You still think, oh, she just makes this all up. But I didn't. They made it up. There you go.
Well, I guess let's talk about the last attempted escape in 1991. You've referenced the light blue. You called it did you call it a romper? What did you
A
call it?
romper. It's sleeveless and it has short legs. It had a zipper up the front.
Okay.
It's a sunsuit. It's a sunsuit. A romper. It's a sunsuit.
Okay. Well, you also had other items, though. You had fabric. You had buttons. You had, according to them, fashioned a pouch or purse out of these objects. So it wasn't just a light blue romper, right? There were other items that were found at the time of this incident.
All things that I'd had since I got there that were legal, and that even with buttons, and the black fabric was like a square like this. It wasn't like sheets and sheets of fabric. It was a little square. It was a rag, a black rag.
Oh, well, it says it was 3 yards.
No. Where was I going to get 3 yards of fabric? You know what we made I worked in the fabric, in the sewing factory. Mm-hmm. We made white boxer shorts for the men's prisons. I didn't have 3 yards of fabric. And if I had 3 yards of fabric, it had to have come through the mail room, and they would have stopped it. I did not have it.
Okay. And then finally, I guess I'm just wondering why we're going back to the 1985 drug distribution, DR. Why would this individual pick you out to throw under the bus? Because you deny any of this. You deny that you were involved. You deny writing that letter.
Yeah.
So why would he, of all the people he could pick, why would he decide to choose you and, as you put it, throw you under the bus? I don't understand that.
When he is a lifelong criminal. He had been in California juvenile facility since the age of 14. By this time, he was 36. So he had been in and out of prison. He had only had 2 years outside of prison since the age of 14.
Okay.
So he thinks like a prisoner. He doesn't think like you. He doesn't think like normal people. So when he is going to be in trouble because he gets busted with drugs, in order to get himself out of what career criminals do in prison is throw somebody else hotter at people to distract attention. It's like killdeers, the little birds that nest in the rocks. When a fox is coming along, they run away from their nest and they pretend they have a broken wing so the fox will chase them and leave the nest alone. That's what he was doing. He was saying, oh, I've got something from Diane Downs, and she's trying to convince me to transport drugs into the prison through I don't know how, because I wasn't going to the prison at that time. I wish you had a copy of the letter. It didn't even say anything. It's simply what the letter said was something to the effect of, I have a friend that wants some H. I didn't even know what H was at the time. Apparently that's heroin. I have a friend who wants some H. And is there a way that you can get it to me through the school system? The school system? Okay, that's what the letter said, because they gave me a copy of it. I was not yet going to college. It was after that, it was about 4 months after that, the warden of that prison of Oregon State Penitentiary granted me permission to enter his prison in the school system, in the college program. If the warden believed that Frank Sousa was actually telling the truth and that I wrote that letter, he was never going to let me go to his prison, especially not to sit in a classroom with Frank Sousa. It just wasn't going to happen. So even they knew Frank's history of throwing other people at the COs to distract them. Frank had this letter, and he claimed to have had this letter for 2 months or something, and yet he never turned it in until he's getting busted. The whole story was bogus, and the staff knew it was bogus. But my staff found me guilty. I got charged with the disciplinary report, and I got found guilty.
So, okay, so when you say the whole staff knew it was bogus, you mean the staff in the men's prison, but
yes.
Your staff did not find it to be bogus, correct?
I would assume that they did not find it to be bogus because they charged me, they wrote a disciplinary report, and they charged me and found me guilty.
Correct, and you received 3 months in segregation, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And then that was in May, I think, June, July, August, and then in September I started school.
And did you know Frank Sousa?
We were pen pals. When I got to the prison, he wrote to me, oh, so you are the infamous Diane Downs. That's right. So I did not know he was the infamous Frank Sousa.
So the two of you were exchanging letters this whole time?
Yes.
How long did that go on for?
I arrived in the prison August 30th of 1984. He started writing to me in September of 84. And so this was 85. So we had been writing for maybe 6 months, I guess. We had been writing for about 6 months. And you weren't part of the system back then, so you don't know. I didn't have to write through the mail system. We had a mail system that, have you ever been to OSP and OWCC? Do you know the layout?
I have been to both, yes.
Okay, good. So the women could actually marry the men and go over there for visiting. Every Friday they could go to visiting day, so they could actually marry. There was that much of a connection of an interlocking system between those two prisons. The male system was similar in that if the females wanted to write to the men and the men vice versa, I would write a letter. I'd put it in a yellow envelope, don't seal it, give it to the officer. It was not stamped with postage. It was interagency. The officers would review the letter, and they would walk it over. Every day they would walk it to OSP. and then it would be distributed. Anything that I would have written to Frank Sousa would have been in a yellow interagency envelope, not sealed, and the staff review all these letters. And there were only 130 women at the prison at the time, so it wasn't onerous, and not very many of them wrote to the men's prison. So it wasn't difficult for them to review every single letter. And I'm assuming they would have read all of my letters. Even if they didn't, I would assume that they were going to read all of my letters. Now, the only way that I could have gotten a letter to Frank before I started college was through one of these interagency envelopes, which was reviewed. No officer grabbed that and said, "Oh my God, she's trying to get H into the prison." No officer did that because I never wrote a letter to Frank saying anything of that sort. I don't know how Frank got a letter. I don't know if he wrote it. I don't know if he had someone. I don't know because I wasn't there. I can only speculate. But I never wrote a letter of any sort. There you go.
So were you and Frank in a romantic relationship? Was this a romantic exchange between the two of you?
Oh, I'm sure he thought it was. Yeah, I'm sure he thought it was. I
Well,
mean,
what did you think? You were a part of this.
I
What did you think?
I just thought he was a pen pal, and I wanted to go to the men's college to go to school, and that if I was going to go to a men's penitentiary, that I didn't know what it was like. I wanted to know from him, what is it like at the men's prison? What are the men like? What is the college program like? Am I going to be safe? Am I going to be harassed? Because I wasn't liked in the women's prison, so I was harassed enough there. Was I going to be harassed? Those were the questions that I wanted to know from him. And so that's why I agreed to the pen pal with him, because I wanted to know. I was told right from the get-go that I qualified for college because I had already begun my college on the street. And so I was just waiting for my turn. There were only 10 slots for women. So I was waiting for my turn to get a Pell Grant. And so during that time, I wanted to know, am I going to be safe?
Okay, I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Brooks?
I do have some questions about the individual who you said you learned was responsible, James Claire Haynes, but I think that kind of gets into crimes, so I'll save my questions on that subject, and I don't have any questions regarding disciplinary.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Reese?
No question.
And Ms. Kuklinski?
No additional questions, thank you.
Okay. All right, so Ms. Downs, we're going to turn to both the psychological evaluations that are in your file as well as your criminal history and just some other kind of relevant history, I'm going to call it. My first question for you, I'm curious just how you feel like the evaluation with Dr. Milky went.
I thought it was fine. He was very professional. He was attentive. He's an active listener. Oh yeah, another one of the things that we learned in class. He was an active listener. He was great. I thought he was fine.
So Dr. Milky ended up giving you a diagnosis, you've seen this before, of narcissistic personality disorder. I'm just curious what you felt about that diagnosis.
I disagree with it. But the thing that mattered to me most was he wrote, Ms. Downs does not meet criteria for a major mental health disorder. And that was on page 20 of his report. And on page 21 of his report, he said Ms. Downs does not have a major mental health illness. So to me, that sticks out.
And what about that in particular sticks out to you? Tell me your thoughts.
Because the law says that if I am not suffering from a severe personality disorder, you have no reason to deny me parole. So the fact that he says that I do not suffer from one, it's important.
Okay, thank you. So I am going to turn to some questions about the offense itself, and as we have been talking already about today, it's, the board is well aware that you maintain your innocence of the offense that occurred. So I am going to ask you, because I just want to get an understanding from your perspective, because this has kind of evolved a little bit over time, and I want to have an idea of what actually today you feel like happened the night your children were shot. So from the moment that you made, and the reasons why you made the decision to leave the house through when you ended up at the hospital, can you tell us what happened?
Well, my kids and I went in for a penny, in for a pound. When I first arrived in Oregon, I arrived in Oregon from Arizona on April 1st. I started my job April 3rd, which was a Monday, so 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. So April 7th, I was delivering mail to the Lane County Courthouse. I had a registered letter, and I didn't know how to get it to the DA that it was supposed to be delivered. Say again?
Yeah.
With the 80 County Sheriff's Office in Boise, Idaho.
So there's background noise.
I did a locate for Thomas Vargas a while ago. And
we're going to pause the record real quick. I'm sorry. Can y'all just, I'm sorry, just stand by for me 1 second. We're going to go off the record for just a second.
Holding.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Coons, can you please take us off the record and pause our recording, please?
Mr. Bailey, would it be possible to take a small break and ask Ms. Downs to call me?
Yes, because I want to resolve something technologically on our end. So why don't we take a very brief 5 minutes, and we'll come back on the record at that time.
Thanks.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Downs. Thank you for letting us solve that issue. We're back on the record. So, Ms. Mayhew, if you can unmute, I just want to have a quick conversation about records.
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Bailey.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Downs has suggested that she would like to submit additional records for the board to consider. I don't know whether or not that's something that the two of you have discussed, but I just want to let you know that should Ms. Downs or you decide that you want to submit additional records, what I'm going to be asking from you, Ms. Mayhew, is some written communication to the board by the end of the day, or some oral submission to the board by the end of the hearing today, either way, whichever way you prefer, with a list of exactly which documents you would like additionally to submit. And then I would allow the record to be open for 2 additional weeks to allow you and your client to submit those additional records for the board consideration before we deliberate. But again, I would like a very specific list of exactly which documents you would like to be included should you and your client decide to submit anything.
Thank you. That's really good and very reasonable. Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mayhew. So Ms. Downs, I was just asking you to kind of give me a recitation of what happened the night your children were shot, really looking at from the perspective of when you left the house and why you left the house through when you ended up at the hospital. That was the question.
All right. My children and I left the house to take a newspaper article to my friend Heather. I had only been in Oregon since April 1st. I met Heather April 3rd, our first day of work, and we stayed friends. And she expressed to me that she would like to she wanted to buy a horse. I saw a newspaper ad that said that she could adopt a horse, a wild horse. I had it in my possession for about a week, and the auction was coming up that coming Saturday. And so it was Thursday, so I decided to take it to her. So I took it to her. I went to the house, gave her the article, we left. We were headed home. Somebody was in the road, flagged us down. He said he wanted my car. I said, "You got to be kidding." He pushed me aside. He leapt into the car, shot my children. I was shocked. I looked through the window, I saw Christy clutch at her chest, and then she fell. And when he came back out of the car, he said again he wanted the car, and I was shoving him. The gun went off. Apparently I was shot. I didn't know at the time. I thought he had just hit me with the gun. And he fell back. I jumped in the car. Oh, I faked throwing keys. And then he lunged at me. I lunged at him. He fell back. I jumped in the car. I drove to the hospital. I honked the horn, and the nurse came running out, and I said, my kids have been shot.
And I know this is new. The board hasn't done this in prior hearings with you until today, Ms. Downs. I just want to remind you we're gonna do everything we can to use the kids' initials. Obviously, your children's initials, not their names.
Yes.
So just as a reminder.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yes.
when I asked you who you felt like shot your children, who you believe was the
Yes.
culprit, you said James Haynes is who you think ultimately did it.
He says he did it. I don't know that he did. I would like to have talked to him, but he says he did. He told his family and his friends that he did. And when we got a photograph of him in 1993, I compared it. First of all, I looked at it and said, that's him. But then you compare it to Christy's composite that she did a week before trial, and it looks like the same person.
Mr. Bailey, can I just interject for a second?
Go ahead, Ms. Mayhew.
Yes. I'm just going to let you know that some of the documents that we will be submitting is a list of affidavits from a large group of friends and family members of Mr. Haynes. This was litigated, or at least it was attempted to be litigated in Ms. Downs' federal habeas case by the Federal Defender's Office in 1998 and 1999. This is not a figment of Ms. Downs' imagination. This is a well-documented allegations that he had confessed to multiple people, and this is a key element of what her DNA case is about right now. So there is a lot of evidence on this, and it was litigated. One of the reasons that she was not able to progress with this at the time was because of the certainty the state felt for the toolmark evidence, which is now actually ruled inadmissible, but that's another factor. So I just want you to know that this is a well-documented situation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mayhew. Okay, so Ms. Downs, I've heard, I saw in the record that historically you've suggested John Kruger and Michael Hart are the same person, and that you had suggested there was DNA evidence by Hart and Kruger on chewing gum. And it sounded, so the way I read it is that you were suggesting at that time that Mr. Hart was the one responsible for shooting your children.
No, these are questions that I've asked. These are not allegations I've made. They're questions I've asked. We have a suspect, James Claire Haynes, but there were 4 sets of shoe prints at the crime scene. There were beer cans, several beer cans, and 1 wad of chewing gum next to the murder casing. So it's likely to be that there was more than one person at the scene. My question is, was John Kruger, Michael Hart, one of those people? That's my question. It's not an allegation. I don't know until we do the DNA test.
Okay. So your child, CAD, provided testimony at the trial that you shot them. I'm just curious, from your perspective, 41 years later, why you feel like that was the testimony when you don't believe that you committed a crime.
I believe that CAD, and when you were fixing things, my attorney was fixing me. We have litigation with new evidence that has come up with new experts, and she doesn't feel that the parole board hearing is exactly the right place to air this. So it's something that will be coming up in a post-conviction hearing next week, actually. And I believe that CAD has absolutely no memory. She told them, I have no memory of this. She told them over and over and over. Every day in the hospital, they interrogated her. They act like they only talked to her once or twice, and each time she condemned her mom, but she didn't. Every single time, there are different doctors and detectives that documented in her hospital records that she has no memory. Dr. Bergamini, she has no memory. Dr. Miller, she has no memory. Dick Tracy, Richard Blaine Tracy, she has no memory. And so, but that wasn't what they wanted to hear, and so therefore they didn't accept that as the truth. And so it wasn't until later that Christy said what she said, and it was slowly drawn out. The police, that she would go to her psychologist, and it says in the psychologist's report, Christy's crying because of police accusations. Well, Christy was not permitted to watch the TV, and in fact, when she was on the witness stand, she was asked, "Did you know that your mom said a man did this?" She was genuinely shocked. She said, "No, I didn't," and her face was wide open with shock. Oh, CAD, I'm sorry, was wide open with shock, and she didn't know. So for her to draw a composite of a left-handed shooter, and we now know that the shooter had to be left-handed, and I'm right-handed, means that Christy saw a hand. She did not see a person, and she just doesn't remember. If she's going to remember anything, she just isn't. She can't. I'm not allowed. I'm not the expert, and I would be a fool to try to encapsulate what the expert has to say in, well, two experts, and they're very sage reports. So we're just going to let the post-conviction court handle that.
Okay.
And that will be added to the packet that we send you.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you, Ms. Mayhew. So, all right. So, Ms. Downs, I know you've previously reported, it's in the documents that we have, about concerns that you had about a stalker, and that you believe that a stalker may have been related somehow to the murder of one of your children and the shooting of your other children. So I'm curious, talk to me about how the stalker fits into this picture.
Again, it's not an allegation. It's a question. I don't know who did this. I don't know why he did this. I have a million questions I want answers to, but nobody in the power that has the authority to find the answers wants to help me find them. So I keep posing questions, and they keep getting turned around into allegations. I have a stalker now. I definitely have a stalker now. What I want to know is a question: was he a stalker then? Is this somebody that I ran into, somebody that I met, somebody that I don't know? And after the DNA test, if it turns out that he or his cohorts are involved, there are ways. Once this is all done and people realize that I'm actually innocent, somebody is going to want to know, well, what the hell happened? Somebody somewhere is going to want to know the truth. Perhaps my children. I mean, if I was CAD and if I was SDD, I would want to know the truth. So somebody somewhere, somebody has to ask the question.
So you talked to Dr. Milkey about some information about the stalker individual that I think you've been talking about, and you told him that you, quote, left college without a clear cause, unquote, and that you thought your stalker had intervened to cause you to be expelled from college. I have no idea what that means. So can you help me out with that?
I can. And again, I wondered if. I didn't make an allegation. I wondered if. I was going to college and I had no problem. I had finished my associate's degree. And again, the co-chair, she knows what the layout's like, so she can explain it to you later, draw a little picture if she wants. But I had to walk from the women's prison, exit the women's prison, walk in the free world to the men's prison, and enter the men's prison every morning and do the reverse every afternoon after school was over. So I was basically in the free world for those 2 trips every day. My question is, and all of a sudden I was pulled out of school. I had been going to school without a hitch for a year. I got my associate's degree in a year because I doubled up classes. I wasn't just going to the men's prison just to hang out. I wasn't going to school just for an excuse to walk on the outside of prison. I took double up classes so that I could get my 2-year associates in 1 year. So I wasn't trying to spend more time outside the prison. And all of a sudden, and I was in my bachelor's year, I had started my first year of my bachelor's program, again without a hitch. And all of a sudden, I was told that I couldn't go anymore. And they didn't give me a reason. I hadn't done anything differently. The prison hadn't done anything. The OSP hadn't done anything. There had been no threats in the prison as far as I knew. So my question is, did something happen? Did they get information extraneous from me that I was either in danger or that they were in danger? Did somebody allege that they were going to liberate me, or did somebody allege that they were going to shoot me on the way to school? I don't know. I would love to know the answer to that. But it makes me wonder. This stalker has been relentless since 1984. Okay, so was he the one that, and it's not that he's trying to get me out. He's not stalking me to benefit me. He's not stalking me to make my life easier. He's doing things that make the parole board, my administration, concerned about me. Not for me, but about me. So if that's the case, was he involved in the reason that I was unceremoniously just removed from college? Because there was no other reason. So it's a question. It wasn't an allegation. And I'll probably never have answers to these until somebody finally says, oh my gosh, Diane, you were telling the truth. All this time, you really didn't do it. Yes, now we can tell you why this happened. Maybe Sonia, my former warden at that time, maybe she'll tell me. So, I don't know.
Okay.
Actually, Sonia wasn't my warden when I was pulled out. It was Robert. Maybe he'll tell me what happened. I don't know.
Well, that provided me some more clarity on just understanding that, and I appreciate that. So the next question I have for you is not who committed the crime. We've already talked about that from your perspective. I now want to know why you think this crime occurred.
On the advice of my attorney, we're going to let the post-conviction court handle this. During the break, when you guys were fixing whatever was happening, she said, let the court deal with this. This is, I'm not supposed to mess up her new evidence. So she has new evidence that we're just going to leave it at that. And again, it's his decision, not mine. Even if I answer what I think he did, why I think he did it, that's not evidence of anything.
When you look back on the night and everything that happened, what do you take accountability for?
Oh my God. My accountability is that I am the mom. My job as a mom is to take care of my children and protect them, which I had done for 9 years, 8 years. First he was CAD was, it's really hard. I gave birth to them. It's really hard to consider them as initials. I love them. I miss them. There's so many things. Anyway, I'm getting off track. What I take accountability for is that I should have been able to protect them. Even though I had no way of knowing that I was going to be meeting up with some psychopath, a stranger that was going to want, whose mind I couldn't be in. I don't know who he is. I didn't know who he is. I didn't know what he was about. I didn't know that I was going to be encountering that. And so there's nothing I could have done except not be there. And so that's my accountability. I should not have been there. Again, trying to give Heather a horse. Heather wants a horse, I can get her a horse for free. That's not my job. It wasn't my horse. I was just raised to be that way. I was raised to be giving and kind and loving and considerate and thoughtful and stupid, naive, young. I hadn't experienced that kind of violence except with Steve Downs and only Steve Downs. And so I had no reason to believe that if I stopped for a stranger on the road that something was going to happen. But my accountability is I did stop on that road. I did get smart with him. I want your car. Really? Are you crazy? What? And he was crazy. You don't call crazy people crazy because it really irritates them. But I don't know that he's crazy because I didn't know who he was. My accountability is I was there and my children were with me. That's my accountability. I should never have gone because I'm not going to leave them at home alone. So I should never have gone. And it can never be undone. And that's my accountability. That's my angst, my grief, my lack of resolution.
All right, thank you, Ms. Downs. So I do want to ask a few questions about just making sure I understand this. So prior to the shooting, you had been in a relationship with a man who documents indicate you thought was working as a detective or with the FBI, with some kind of law enforcement officer. And the reports indicate that there are documents where you talk about that he had you go into homes for him. I didn't understand what was the purpose of going into the homes? Like, what was that about?
My attorney says I'm not supposed to talk to you about that until this is all over. She has new evidence that I'm going to let her handle. It would be a waste of taxpayer dollars for me to step on her case.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm asking you the questions, and you give me what answer you want. That's how this works. So the DA's information states, so I'm going to ask you the questions. You will tell me what you want to answer and what you don't. The DA's information packet states that you later learned that this individual was a drug dealer. Is that correct?
Same person?
Yeah, that's what I took it as.
Okay, same answer. I'm sorry. My attorney, no, I have to respect her wishes. I'm sorry. I'm a chatterbox. I'd love nothing more than to talk, but my attorney has new evidence and she knows what she is doing and I am going to let her run that.
Bear with me here 1 second. So this is from the DA's submission, and I just was curious if any of this had occurred. In this, so this is from page 2 of the DA's submission. Quote, in a letter that she wrote to Jim Jagger, her defense attorney, she admitted that she had lied to him and the jury about the crime. In this letter, she abandons her prior versions of events and states that she was, quote, flirting, unquote, with a driver of another vehicle on Mohawk Road. She and the other driver pulled over and talked. She had marijuana, which they were going to smoke. Downs claimed she went to the trunk of her car to retrieve the marijuana, and that the man then grabbed her gun from the trunk and shot the children. Downs stated that she did not provide this information to investigators or the jury since she was afraid she would be frowned upon for the use of marijuana. This letter became relevant in a post-conviction proceedings, and then it goes on to talk about a little more about that. So I'm just curious, any of that occur?
No. And the letter didn't occur. That letter was not written by me. I have to do this, Venetia. I have to give at least an explanation for this. When I went back, this letter was allegedly written, because I got a copy of it. This letter was allegedly written on November 7th, 1984. Just before that, I was in county jail. Just before that, the state wanted, Children's Services Division and CAD's attorney and my ex-husband's attorney all wanted to terminate my parental rights. There was only one person who stood up and said, I do not want to terminate this woman's parental rights, and that was Fred Hughey. After that hearing, I was so happy. I believed that Fred Hughey was going to work with me to either allow me to have visitation with my children, even if it was at the prison, or at the very least that he was still investigating the case. That was my belief system. There is no, and this letter was allegedly written by me 1 week later. I had no reason to write something like that, because clearly the only person who believed in me at that point was Fred. Why would I write something and give it to my attorney knowing that he was going to give it to Fred that would derail whatever Fred was doing? He was the only person who did not want to terminate my parental rights. He was the only person that I believed in me. You can go to that hearing. The hearing was on October 29th. Oh, wow. October 29th. You can go to that hearing and read the transcript. Fred was the only one who did not want to terminate my parental rights. I did not write that letter. Then, a year later, 6 months later, Jim Jagger brought me 5 boxes of everything from his office pertaining to my case. It had everything. It had all the discovery. It had everything that was in his office that had my name on it. He brought to me at the prison, left 5 boxes. I took them to my cell. That letter's not in there. So how is it that Jim Jagger allegedly, this letter was written in, allegedly written in November, well, it was written by somebody, in November of 84. Jim brings me all my boxes in May of 85, but this letter is not in there because it didn't exist in 85. And then in 1991, you get that letter. I don't know if you've read it. The Attorney General gets that letter, and there's a cover letter from Jim Jagger that says, here's the letter that you were requesting. How did they even know about the letter? Nobody had the letter. Fred didn't have the letter. I didn't have the letter. The Attorney General didn't have the letter. The only person who allegedly had this letter was Jim Jagger, and so how is the Attorney General supposed to know that letter exists? And the cover letter from Jim Jagger was one sentence. Here's the letter that you requested. Who wrote that letter? Because it wasn't me. It was not me. So, and of course they use that letter to say, see, his client lied to him, so he's not ineffective for representing him because she says she betrayed him. She lied to him. So now he's not ineffective assistance of counsel. And they use that to dismiss all of my ineffective assistance of counsel claims. Who had the motivation to write that letter? Not me. As far as I was concerned, Fred was going to work with me. Fred was going to let me, whether it was true or not, I was convinced on that date that Fred was going to let me see my kids and that my parents would get to see their grandkids. There was no reason for me to write something as stupid and horrible. Plus, they examined the whole car. There was no marijuana. No marijuana in the trunk. Not even residue. And anybody who does drugs, you deal with a lot of drug addicts. Anybody who deals with drugs has drugs. There's residue everywhere. Marijuana is a crumbly leaf. It would have been everywhere. There's none in the trunk. Why would I write something that was completely fabricated to hurt me when Fred was going to, he didn't want to terminate my parental rights. Go get the transcript. He is the only one that said no. No.
So
I don't know where the letter came from, so go ahead.
When you think about your 2 surviving children, so SDD
Yes.
and CAD, how do you think
Yes.
they were impacted from this crime?
Oh my God. After the shooting, I was still going to work, going to the store, getting gas. And people all the time, because of the media hype, people were constantly going, oh, there's that lady that shot her kids. That hurt. Now look back. Christy had to go to school. Your mom shot you. Kids are mean. And then after I went to prison, she's walking in the store. What do you think Christy hears? oh, there's that little girl that put her mom in prison. But Christy kept telling him that mom didn't do it. CAD kept saying mom didn't do it, mom didn't do it, mom didn't do it. When she was 15, she received a phone call from a woman in Nevada pretending to be a 13-year-old girl. The woman tape recorded the conversation with CAD. And Christy said, I don't know what happened. They just kept bothering me, and I said what they wanted to hear so they would leave me alone. Christy knows. Christy knows. And she didn't put me in prison. The state put me in prison. Christy did not do this. And yet Christy has to live with that burden. How has this impacted her? Every single day, Christy has to live with the fact that people behind her back are saying, you're the one who put your mom in prison. And I can't protect her from that. I can't save her from that. Danny, my parents saw Daniel when they received a phone call from somebody who said, your son is going to be at a school fair. Your grandson. I'm sorry, SDD. If you want to see SDD, your grandson, go to the school fair. He's going to be there. So they went. They sat in the parking lot in their car and they waited. And Joanne showed up with SDD. And she came with his walker to his side of the car and said, come on, let's go see the birds. He goes, no, I want my wheelchair. And she said, SDD, no, you need to walk. You can walk. You need to practice. No, I want my wheelchair. My dad said, my son gave Joanne hell. Sorry, Joanne. My son gave Joanne hell, which meant only that my son was suffering emotionally. He could walk. He didn't want to. He was angry. He was frustrated because he was so able-bodied. He used to ride on his uncle's shoulders to play basketball. Uncle James would hand the basketball up and he'd put it in. He couldn't do that anymore because he didn't have an Uncle James anymore. And they didn't have anybody that was going to play basketball with him anymore. How has this impacted my children? How has it not? Everything about their lives. They don't know their grandparents. They don't know their cousins. They had one cousin. They've never seen him again. They have a lot of cousins now. They've never met them. I'm sure they have children, and if Christy's a smart girl, and she is, her children don't, if CAD has children, she won't tell them who their grandma is. Because everything that she went through, her children will have to go through. Oh, your grandma's that crazy woman in prison. How do you think that impacts my children? Everything about this has impacted them. Yeah, the state put me in prison. Culpable, yes. But I am the one that took them out there that day, that night. Just that earlier that day, I got off work and I stopped by the realtor because the kids and I had been house hunting. And we on the weekends we would go, on Sundays we would go, and we found a house up in Cottage Grove where I worked. And I stopped by the realtor and they said, yeah, they're willing to make terms with you on putting a small amount down. And I came home, I was so excited, I told the kids. They were excited. They'd been asking to adopt a kitten. And when I said they're willing to make terms on us buying that house, we're going to rent to own. We're going to rent first until we get the down payment. And they said, then can we now have the kitten? Absolutely. So we went and picked up the kitten. We went to the store. We bought kitty litter and we bought cat food. And then that night, it was over. Our life was over. How has my decisions impacted my kids? How is it not? How is it not?
So I want to turn to some previous parole hearings, and I'm just really curious. Why, when you think about your previous parole hearings, why do you think you were not paroled?
Not found suitable? Not paroled? Well, you know, I've written you a lot of letters, and I'm not short on on legal detail. There was minimums involved, and the law says you cannot parole me before, unless everybody on the board agrees. You cannot override the minimum. It takes all 5 of you to override a minimum. So there's that. I think everything that we've just discussed, because previous boards made their decision that day, they were not open to receiving the documents that I have, that I didn't know that I would need to present. You are willing to receive those and to take those under consideration. I think it was a foregone conclusion that anybody who's been sentenced under ORS 161.725 their imprisonment has to be continued until it is discovered that they no longer suffer from a severe personality disorder. Basically, that's the bottom line. There's other speculations, and again, I can only go by what they said. I can speculate on why I think they did what they did, but only they know. But I now have Dr. Milky. I suffer from no major mental disorder. So therefore, that frees you to make a decision that by law, I'm not going to try to tell you the law. 3 of you are attorneys. You know the law. I don't have to teach you anything that you already know. And it would be stupid of me to try. But I really think that was it. I think because people still said, oh, she suffers from a severe mental disorder, then there it is. But now I have a psychologist of your choosing and a psychologist of my attorney's choosing. Both say the same thing. No severe psychological disorder. And so therefore, I think it's different this time. I believe, and I hope for my mom's sake and my brother's sake and my sister and my whole family, that you take that into consideration and that the decision will be different this time.
You know, there's documentation where I've seen you suggest that terrorists or other individuals have threatened parole board members in the past to stop you from being paroled. Do you still feel like that's correct?
I'm not being facetious, so please don't take it this way. Have you guys received a threat this time? No? Because there was a written threat before. There was a written threat on 2010. And if you have not received any threats, then, and I haven't, Ms. Wheeler said, Ms. Downs, we understand you're telling the truth. We get it. You haven't been lying to us. So I am assuming that either the threat doesn't exist or the threatener is gone. And we're all getting old. You guys aren't, but I am. Everybody that I know is. My mom is 88. But anybody else that was involved in my life, we're all geriatric now. So perhaps the person that was threatening is also gone. Almost everybody that I've known is gone.
So I want to ask you a little bit about some of those statements. And just so you know, we've only got about 4 more questions on this topic, and then we're going to move on.
Oh.
So we're getting close to the end of this topic. But I do want to ask you that. So in 2020, you wrote the board, and you said that the 2010 board began your parole hearing with the words, quote, "We have no reason to deny you parole," concluded that same hearing then by denying you parole. And then you also wrote, quote, "Member Candace Wheeler suggested my elderly parents would be in danger from my stalker if I paroled to them. It's logical to conclude the board simply didn't know how to release me and keep everyone safe from an identifiable threat." And then you
Yes.
went on to say just a few minutes ago that when I was asking you about the threats, you said that Ms. Wheeler had said, "You have not been lying to us. We get it." So the interesting thing, right, is that we actually have the transcript for the 2010 parole hearing, and none of those words are there.
No, you
So
don't.
can you
No,
help
you
me
don't.
out? Can you help me out with that?
You do not have the transcript of the 2010 hearing. You do not have the transcript of the 2010 hearing. I received it. They refused to give it to me. In 2010, when I was doing my request for administrative review, I asked for a copy of the transcript because Exhibit A was going to be Candace Wheeler saying, "Ms. Downs, you have done more than we have asked. That is amazing. We have no reason to deny you parole." That was going to be Exhibit A. And they did not send me the transcript. I asked for a transcript again. They also didn't send me their a BAF sheet for a long time. But I asked for that transcript 3 times. By the 3rd time, which was like 2 years later, the next board, Ms. Wheeler was gone, and the next board perceived that as a request for a parole consideration hearing. It was not a request for a parole consideration hearing. I was still requesting the transcript from the 2010 hearing, so it was misconstrued. They still did not give it to me. It was not until Joanne Miller sent me a copy of the transcript. My brother got a thumb drive finally in 2020. It was like 4 months before the hearing. My brother contacted the secretary there, and she sent him a thumb drive of the audio of the transcript. And he just lit into me. "Diane, why are you so mean to those people? Why were you arguing with that man?" I said, "There was only one man, Aaron Felton, and he only said 2 sentences. What are you talking about?" He goes, "No, he didn't. You guys argued for 2 hours. You just kept getting in his face and arguing with him." And I said, "I did not." I said, "Miss Wheeler was the one. She was the chairperson. She's the one that carried the day." And he goes, "No, Diane, I'm listening to it right now." And he was very, very upset at me. And I couldn't get a thumb drive. And it wasn't until Joanne Miller sent me a copy, not even the board. The board still did not send me a copy of the transcript. It wasn't until Joanne Miller sent me a copy of the transcript that I read it and went, "This is not a copy of the hearing." I speak in contractions. I don't want to go. I didn't do that. I can't remember. The whole thing is there's not one contraction in it. I don't know what it is, but it's not me. And the thumb drive, he says, "But Diane," my brother said, "Diane, it sounds like you." I said, "But it's not me." I don't know what to tell you except, and that's why Michelle Guyton, the following, when I went to board in 2020, that was her big hang-up because I had not received a copy of the transcript yet, so I didn't know that it was a forgery. And when I told her what Candace Wheeler said, she wrote in her report that your version does not match reality. My version is reality, and what you guys have is not. You need to go back. You have access. And if you're honest with yourselves, if you really want to know the truth, go back and get the real videotape. And see what was really said. I know you guys can do it. I really don't think somebody destroyed it. Maybe they did. I hope they didn't. And see the real videotape that was said. Candace Wheeler carried the whole day. We spent literally 2 hours talking about, we didn't talk about the case. We spent 2 hours talking about where I would parole and what I would do for a living. That was what we talked about for 2 hours. And then at the end she goes, "Okay, so we're going to go ahead and deny you parole. Do you understand? Oh, and we'll see you in 2 years. Do you understand?" And I said, No, I don't. She goes, "We're denying you parole. We had a new law in 2009. We're denying you parole for 10 years, and we'll see you in 2. Do you understand?" No, I still don't. So there you go.
Okay.
Every time I go to the board, I submit a request for administrative review. There is no request for administrative review for the 2010 hearing because I never received a copy of the transcript and I never had the opportunity to request review.
Okay.
And there you go. That, because they didn't send me the back sheet for the longest.
Okay.
That is the only one that does not have an administrative review because I did not have a copy of the transcript because they didn't want me to have it because of what it said.
All right, so Ms. Downs, I appreciate that, but I want to ask you this question because I got 2 remaining. So I'm going to talk about the evaluation that you had with Dr. Guyton. This is a few years ago. So, and before I ask you this question, what I want to relay to you, right, is that it's not the board's job, certainly not within our purview, to decide whether you did or did not, in fact, commit the crimes that you were convicted of, right? That is not the board's role. So as of now, I have that you have been convicted for committing these crimes. And many of the questions we ask you are designed to kind of get at your insight and to get your understanding and to get your perspective. So I want to read you what Dr. Guyton wrote, because this is something that's on my mind and I want to get your feedback. She wrote, quote, "Her previous violence occurred in the context of her care of vulnerable children for some purpose that has not yet been fully understood due to her denial of responsibility. Without understanding the motivations that led towards these acts, it is difficult to understand the risk of violence she poses in future situations if she should perceive a benefit for herself and the harm or removal of another vulnerable individual." I'm just curious to get your feedback on that statement.
I'm 70 years old. There aren't any more vulnerable people in my life. At least no more vulnerable than I am. I am actually innocent. I know it's not your job to decide whether or not I'm innocent. That's my attorney's job, and she will be taking that up next week. Well, beginning the process. It is a process. And I don't know how else to address that. I did not commit this crime. There's no reason to believe that I would commit another crime that somebody else committed. There's no reason to believe that.
All right, and then lastly, so, ultimately, what I think about is that I wonder whether or not that one of the reasons why you claim innocence, and I just want your feedback, is that because of all of the things that have been identified about the narcissistic personality disorder, that it's just too much for you to be able to admit that you harmed your own children, and that you've convinced yourself that you were not involved because it's just too much, it's too hard to admit that you were responsible for that. I wonder whether or not that is kind of what's going on. And I don't necessarily, I guess, expect an epiphany today. I'm just curious with your, for your feedback on that. That's all.
I did not shoot my children. I know full well I did not shoot my children. There is no little secret locked away in my brain. There was no gunshot residue on my hands. The gun, they spent hours and hours and hours and weeks looking for the gun. Never found it. So it wasn't like it was just somewhere along the route. There is no reason. I didn't have money problems. Somebody said I didn't have money. I had money problems. I think that was in somebody's report, the DA's report. I didn't have money problems. I had money in the bank. We were buying a house. I had a full-time job with the federal government. There were no stressors in my life. I had moved close to my parents. My parents were babysitting. My mom was babysitting. My dad was at work all day. My mom was at home all day babysitting my kids. So I knew that they were safe and they were being cared for. I was no longer getting beat up by my ex-husband. I had a new boyfriend. I mean, when I was young and stupid, and back then, new boyfriends were cool. So there was no motivation for me to commit that crime. And I didn't commit that crime. And now we have evidence in the form of DNA and witnesses and confession of the person who actually did it that will prove that I did not commit this crime. I have searched my soul. The police for months kept saying, Diane, you just don't remember everything. You block things out. You are repressed. And so I would think and think and think and think, what is it that I'm missing? What is it that I'm missing? And I would think about it so much that I would have nightmares about it. And then I would think, maybe my nightmares are my unconscious mind trying to give me the answers. But that wasn't it. That wasn't the case either. That was simply people planting thoughts. I can relate to what CAD had to go through with people saying, well, okay, but do you think maybe your mom, and you just don't want to say it because it's not safe? I mean, everything that you just said, and you're not even an attorney, but everything you just said came straight out of the Lane County playbook right there. That's why I was kind of smiling. Because that's the kind of thing that they said to me back then. That's the things they said to CAD. And there's no repression. I did not. There's physical evidence that I did not shoot my children. There's no physical evidence that I did shoot my children. I am actually innocent. My attorney is going to be working her butt off on that. And maybe, just maybe, when this is all over, I will have answers for what happened and why.
All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Downs. Again, I know I asked a lot of questions on this topic. Ms. Cleaver, any additional questions?
Yes. So, Mr. Bailey asked you to tell us what happened on April 7th. And what you said is that you talked about your friend Heather, the horse, taking the article or the ad to her, and then on the way back running into this person on the road. That's what you say happened that night, correct?
Yes, May 19th.
Okay. So you had a psychological evaluation with Dr. Milkey. You said that Dr. Milkey, it was in general a good evaluation. And so at the time of your evaluation, he asked you what happened. And this is not what you told him. What you told him is that you were romantically involved with an investigator who was attempting to bring down a dirty DA. This person pursued you to enter an environment where illegal activities were occurring. You go on to say that you received an anonymous phone call telling her, if I wanted pictures of Pat Horton for my boyfriend, come on over. You then went to meet that person to get these pictures and took the children with you. You stopped in the road where you saw a man. You got out of the car. The man leapt into the car and began discharging the firearm. Then you talk about pretending to throw the keys. So that's not what you told us this morning. And this was not that long ago that you told Dr. Milkey that this was what happened. Why is there such a huge discrepancy in your version of what happened today?
I don't perceive it as a huge discrepancy. I did go to Heather's house. We did take her an ad, and I did meet a man on the road, and he did get in the car, discharge the weapon, and we struggled.
Okay, well you
That
did not...
is the truth.
You did not tell us, however, that you had received a phone call that took you out there. Did you?
Denisha? Still under restraint until we finish our DNA? I can't hear my attorney. I can't.
I'm sorry. It would be better to not discuss any alternate theories right now.
Right. I will be stepping on her new evidence. I don't want to.
Okay.
She has a case to present, and I'm leaving it alone.
Okay, so you're refusing to answer that question about the discrepancies on the advice of counsel. Is that what I'm hearing?
There you go.
All right. Well,
Yes.
let's go on then. You also talked about in another event that that the woman claiming to be your daughter Amy, that her father was the person who shot the children. Do you recall that?
No. Not claiming. Everybody keeps saying that I'm claiming this stuff. I'm asking. He is John Budke's friend, Frank. Michael Hart, this man has so many aliases. He's the stalker. He is the stalker.
Wait. So
if you get a newspaper article,
Michael Hart's your
Michael
stalker.
Hart. Yes.
And he's been stalking you since
at least 1984. My first letter from him was from 1984.
Okay. But Michael Hart is Mr. Budke, who is also Mr. Okay.
No. John Budke and John Stevens are the same person.
Okay.
I've seen their photographs. Michael Hart, Eric Jacobson, Frank are all the same person. If you cared to see that, there is a photograph of both of these men in the Statesman's Journal in September of 1987. September 1987, Statesman's Journal. Both John Stevens and Frank have their photographs. Then you will see them. Now you will be able to compare Frank with Michael Hart. They have been trying since 1987, at least, to get me to sign a waiver so that I would sign a media release so they could make a movie. And I refused.
Okay. So
But using the name Michael Hart did not come up until complete with photographs, came up in 2000. Until then, he was using Eric Jacobson, all these other aliases. The same man, same syntax, same everything. In 2000, Michael Hart sent me photographs of himself, and they were Frank from the Statesman's Journal newspaper. He also recently sent me pictures of himself with Rebecca Babcock. And they're definitely father and daughter.
Okay. This is quite, do you understand that this is quite convoluted?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So, and that's why when you were asking earlier, I said a light bulb went on. How better to destroy me and convince you, threatening you to keep me in prison is no biggie. But if they can convince you that I'm crazy, even though I have the photographs to prove it, even though I have the letters to prove it, even though I have everything I can to prove it, you have to want to see it in order to be convinced.
Okay, but Ms. Downs, why? Why have so many people over so many years created this very involved, convoluted, tangled conspiracy around the murder of one child and attempted murder of two others? Why are you so critical in this conspiracy that this is so much effort and time and money has been spent on you?
I wish.
Why is that?
I wish you really, 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 really meant that, because maybe you would help me find out, because that's my answer. That's my question. Why? Why me? I'm nobody. I was a shy, naive homebody who worked for the post office. I didn't know anybody. I'm not a government employee. Well, post office, but I'm nobody. Why me? Unless it's personal. But I don't know who it is. All these faces that I see, all the photographs that I see, I don't know those people. So is it somebody they know? I don't know. Is it, I have been known to date a married man or two. Is it somebody's wife? I don't know, and I'm not making allegations. This is what I say. I don't know. I wish I did know. I keep asking, why? Why my children?
Well, so you really think it's possible that the wife of the man who you slept with back in Arizona,
No.
I mean, I'm just
No.
saying, you're riffing, saying it,
No.
could it be somebody's
No.
wife? Could it be? Well, then who is it?
A real police officer, one who's actually interested in investigating a case. Unfortunately, human nature is that they have a gut feeling and they try to make everything fit into the case. It's just human nature. You can't fault them for it. But a real true investigator gets all the evidence and lets it lead to the answer. My questions are questions that would lead to an answer. Why me? Why my children? Why Michael Hart? Who is Michael Hart? Why Rebecca Babcock? Who is Rebecca Babcock? Why John Budke? Who is John Budke? Who do they know? Who are their friends? That's my questions. They're not allegations. I don't even know these people well enough to make an allegation. What I can show you is physical proof in the form of photographs and documents that prove I'm telling the truth. That you have to want to see it. You have to want to hear it and allow it to make an impact on you. Now, the problem that we're facing right now is that, like Mr. Bailey said, we're not here to retry the case. We're not here to prove my innocence. Your job is to decide whether or not I have a severe personality disorder. Dr. Milkey says I do not. Dr. Guyton says I do not. So all of these other questions bug you as much as they bug me, but you're not in a position because you're not investigators and you don't have the time and you don't have the resources and you don't have the desire to get the answers. So it's not a judgment call. I'm just saying you don't have the desire to get the answers, so it accomplishes nothing. That's Venetia's job. Venetia is getting paid to get the answers, to get the documents, to get the evidence, the irrefutable evidence, to find the answers. And I may go to my grave never having these answers. It's been 42 years and I still don't know all the answers. I don't. I wish I did. But I'm not accusing people. I'm asking questions that I wish other people would ask. I just do.
Okay. So I guess we do have a copy of a transcript from December 10th, 2010 board hearing where you said, I finally got my answers. I'm no longer having to actively pursue and hunt. It's allowed me to become the person I am, suggesting that you knew who the killer was in 2010.
Thank you for that, because do I sound like a person who has all the answers? No. And that transcript that you're reading is not real. It's not real.
Okay.
This person that you're looking at right now does not know the answers. If I did, I would be giving you the answers. And I keep asking questions because I don't have the answers.
Okay, I have a question. It's tangentially related to something you said. Mr. Bailey was asking you about accountability and what essentially you think your children went through. And you said you hope that one day you will know, they will know what really happened. And there's reference to a website, DianeDowns.com. Okay, that's something your brother runs, is that right?
My dad started it in 2005. He wanted me to help him, and I didn't. I didn't think it would do any good, and I thought it was a waste of time. So my dad blundered around because he didn't have all the answers either, and my dad put a lot of stuff on there. I've never read it. I don't know. I'm in here. I don't have access to it, so I don't know what all's on there. Okay. After Dad passed, James, my brother, took it up, and in honor of Dad and in support of me, he continues to maintain the website. When I found that out, I decided, and Michelle, Dr. Guyton, 5 years ago, said she fears that if I get out of prison that I will use the internet and police agencies to try to prove my innocence. That is her only fear. That and vulnerable people. Those are only two fears. So I got together a bunch of transcripts and made cover letters, and I put them on the website to show you and to show Michelle that I don't have to be free to use the internet. It wasn't a slap in the face. It was a visual showing of you don't have to be afraid of that anymore. I put on what I wanted to put on. I haven't put anything on there in probably 2 years, maybe 3, because I don't have an interest in the internet. I don't have an interest in going online. People have contacted me. They want to do podcasts to try to prove my innocence. Not interested. None. I had this lady contact me, and she says, nobody even remembers your case anymore. Nobody even knows who you are. Nobody knows anything about the case. We want to do a podcast to refresh people's memories. No, that's the very reason I don't want to do a podcast. No, leave it alone. Leave it alone. So, but the only reason I contributed on it back in 2020 and 2021 was to show Michelle Guyton and you that there's no reason to fear that. And Dr. Milkey accepted that explanation. If I wanted to put stuff on there, I'd have been putting it on there from 2005. Not interested. I didn't grow up in the tech world like all of you did. I'm still living in the 80s. I don't even know how to use a phone out there. My brother will teach me. My family wants me to come home, and we'll talk about that with my parole plans. But there you go.
So there was a comment, and I'm quite honestly not sure if it was you or your brother who made the comment, that you're hoping at some point your children will see what's on there and be able to access the website. What do you hope will get out to them?
Christy told the doctors and the detectives and the nurses and the psychologists, I don't know what happened, I don't know what happened, I don't know what happened. My son told his nurses over and over, that mean man with the gun shot me, that nasty man with the gun shot me. Why did that man shoot me? Those are in the documents. My son, SDD, now says Mom did it. He was 3. He was speaking what he experienced back in 1983 when he said these things to his nurse. He must have heard the man's voice. Now he says Mom did it. If he could see the truth, would it give him some peace? I know for a fact that Christy still says, and when she was 15, I don't know what happened. But nobody believes her. Nobody confirms for her that what she says is real. They're constantly saying, oh, yes, you do. You're a liar. They're constantly questioning her, what she knows to be true. We now have 2 experts that are willing to testify that CAD really didn't have any memory. It's psychologically and physically impossible for her to have a memory. I want my child to know that somebody believes in her. She is validated. She told them over for 9 months, my mom didn't do it, my mom didn't do it. Who did it? Not my mom's not mean. My mom didn't do it. Who? I don't know what happened. My mom is not mean. My mom did it over and over and over. But they kept saying, you're wrong, you're lying, you're repressing, constantly. And now we have a world-renowned expert that validates CAD, validates my child, so that now she can say, somebody finally, can you imagine the weight that will be lifted off her shoulders if she can finally hold her head up and say, somebody believes me. Somebody believes me.
Okay, one moment.
I don't have any other questions.
All right, Ms. Brooks?
The vast majority of my questions have already been asked by the previous two board members, but I do, in my head, I'm trying to get a better sense of your description of the crimes. Can you tell me, where were your children sitting in the car?
Chris, CAD and SDD were laying down in the back seat. CLD was curled up on the floorboard of the front, in front of the front passenger seat. CAD was behind the passenger seat. SDD was behind the driver's seat.
Okay, so your son was not in a car seat or anything like that?
No, this was the 80s.
Okay.
No.
Okay, because my next question was going to be, and perhaps you've kind of answered this, how did 2 of your 3 children get shot in the back?
They were laying down. SDD was laying. I don't know. He was laying down. They were sleeping.
Okay. Okay.
I can't even tell you how he was laying down. I extrapolated that he must have been laying on his right side, but that's post. I don't know. I didn't see. I don't know.
Okay. So you've told us a pretty concise version of what happened. There was one man who did this, and
one man that I saw.
Okay,
one man that I saw.
Correct. One man.
There were four different sets of shoe prints at the crime scene, not mine.
Okay, but your memory, which you've told us repeatedly today, is you saw one man entered your car, one man shot your children, correct? Okay.
Correct.
So a minute ago when you were speaking to Ms. Cleaver, you got a little agitated and said, everyone keeps saying I'm claiming stuff. I'm not. I'm just asking, correct?
Asking.
And that's
correct.
And that's because people have told you, and it's very clear from this record, that you are alleged to have given multiple different versions of what happened over the years. Is that correct?
Incorrect, but kind of. Depends on your version of over the years. In my parole board hearings.
Okay. Well, so for example, in 2010, you said I wasn't changing my story when I gave these different events. I was trying to help by what? Repeating things that happened in dreams or that people told you? Is that correct?
Before the parole board hearings, the story, if that's what you want to call it, was always the same. When I came to the parole board in 2010, I actually believed, there we go. I actually believed that the parole board really wanted to know the truth, because your decision will decide whether or not I stay in prison or whether I go home. And so I made the assumption that the parole board wanted to know the truth. And so I told them everything, and that they wanted to understand. And so I told them everything that I could conceive of that they would need to know, because I thought you were an investigative body. And I still think you are. I don't know. I still think you are. I don't know what the parole board's job is. But I had it in my mind, because you sent a psychologist to investigate me, and because you asked questions that seemed probing, I assumed that the parole board is an investigative body. But Mr. Bailey today, he actually did. I appreciate that so much, Mr. Bailey, because you made a point to me that sets me straight, which is the trial is over. What we're talking about today is, do you have a severe personality disorder? And that's it, because your job is simply to enforce the punishment and not to retry the case. And so this is like an initial, what we're doing today, it's kind of like an initial parole board hearing. This is my 4th one, and each one of them is like an initial parole board hearing. And so initially I thought, like I said, that it was a probative body, and so I answered the questions to the best of my ability. Then the next time it happened again, No, the next time it didn't. In 2010, they didn't. We didn't talk about the case at all. But it was two of the members were the same. Miss Wheeler and Miss Baker were the same. And so we didn't talk about the case at all in the second hearing. And then in 2010, it was, again, an initial parole board hearing. And so, again, I thought, well, they're probing. They're investigators. They're investigating. And I genuinely, Mr. Bailey, I sincerely and genuinely, I am very thankful because I understand now that I've been misguided by myself, I guess by my hope, because I want answers and I keep hoping that you'll help me get the answers.
So I think I think we're getting off track relevant to my question.
Yeah.
So
All right.
You testified a minute ago that before 2010 your story had always been the same, but the record shows that you told police this was done by one man, a bushy-haired stranger, then it said there was two men wearing ski masks, which is clearly not consistent with what you told us today. Then you said you knew who shot the children. Then you claimed the kids were shot from outside the car, though that's obviously in conflict with what you said today. So help me understand.
Okay, thank you. Now, see, that is a good question. That I can answer because it's not just out there. Bushy-haired stranger was the state's term, not mine. I told them, and I gave a composite, and they said, Diane Downs said a bushy-haired stranger did it. I never said that. I have never used the term bushy-haired stranger. It was my attorney who later informed me that that is a term that the police throw out so that every other police agency across the nation understands this is our case and not her case. We've got this, and it doesn't. She's the suspect and nobody else. I did not know that, so I never said bushy-haired stranger. Then the police kept saying, you have to remember, you're suppressing, you're repressing, you're intentionally lying, you're not remembering. And I told them everything that happened. But they kept asking these questions and trying to undermine my confidence that I remembered everything. And then that would cause me to have nightmares. And so when I would have a nightmare, I would think that was my unconscious mind unlocking memories that I had repressed. The police said I repressed it, and my parents raised me to believe the police are the good guys. So I still believe the police are the good guys. And so when the next time they called me at work and they said, Diane, we need you to come to the police department, to the DA's office. We need you to come down here after work. Okay, we have some information for you. So I would drive, I'd get off work, I'd go drive to meet with Doug and Kurt, and they didn't have any questions. They didn't have any new information. They simply wanted to interrogate me, but I didn't know that. They said they had information. So then I said, well, they said, anything new come up? Do you have any new information? Has some of your memory just unfolded for us? And I said, well, I had a dream, and maybe it's my unconscious mind. And there you go. And so that became the next change of story. But it wasn't a change of story. It's me looking for answers. They told me I had the answers locked in my head. And there's no answers locked in my head. I'm still asking questions. It's been 42 years and I'm still wanting to know the truth. I still want to know what happened. It's just not there. Nobody wants to give it up. And so then what was the next one? So that was the ski masks. I don't remember the next one that you said.
That you knew who the assailant was, and that the shooting happened outside.
Yeah. That was at the end, because what they said was it was during that one particular meeting when I said, well, I had dreams, and it was two guys in a ski mask, and they said, well, it would take two guys to overpower you. I mean, you are such a big, powerful woman. And I'm like, no, I'm not. He goes, well, didn't you used to fight with Steve Downs all the time? I mean, you could take him on, so surely it would take two men. And I'm like, you would listen to the tape recording. I mean, I'm serious. I'm not just ad-libbing here. I'm telling you what they said. And I said, no, I'm not. And then they said, well, you know what we found out is that they were talking about Steve and how Steve they said, we found out that Steve stole his own car for insurance money. We found out that Steve burned his friend's house for insurance money. Steve admitted to setting your house on fire. And I'm like, oh my God. And so that's when I jumped up and I said, oh my God, I know who did this. I know who did this. I thought it was Steve. I thought they were telling me it was Steve. That doesn't mean I changed my story. That was a progression of an investigation in which they were leading me to a point. I don't know what the point was, but I actually believed that my ex-husband was behind this at that time. And I went back and I thought about it and I said, he was in Arizona. He did not do this. He did not do this. So.
Okay, so it's clearer to you now, 42 years later, what happened than it was at the time.
I know what happened. That's always been clear to me. I know exactly what happened. That's never been a question. I don't know why it happened. I don't know who was behind it. I don't know who did it. But I know what happened. I told the police that night what happened. My children and I stopped for a stranger on the road. He shot us for no reason other than my sassy mouth. He wanted the car, and I said, you got to be kidding. And he shot my kids. He came back out. I pretended throwing the car keys because he said he wanted the car. We struggled. Apparently I was shot. I didn't know it at the time. And I went to the hospital, and that was it.
Okay.
That has never changed. That has never, ever, ever, ever changed.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Downs. I don't have any more questions.
Mr. Reese?
You're welcome.
Thank you. I just have two questions. When Chair Bailey asked you about the most recent psychological evaluation with Dr. Milkey, you said you disagreed with his diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder. Why?
Yes. First of all, I think all of us are narcissistic to an extent, the whole world. But narcissism is somebody who doesn't care about anybody else. Everything that they do has a means to an end, which is to gratify some spoken or unspoken need for themselves. I am not that kind of person. When people come and say, Diane, I have to run on a ducket really quick. Can you help me? I need to do something. Sure. Can you push my wheelchair? Absolutely. Can you go pick something up from the program office for me, get some paperwork for me so that I can finish this typing? Absolutely. Those are things that I do just spontaneously, without a thought. There's no narcissism involved in that. He said narcissistic people lack empathy. I empathize. I listen to people all day long. As a porter on my job, people come out all day long and say the things that happen to them during the day. I listen to them. I rarely give advice. If they ask for it, I give them the best advice that I can, which is think about what has happened. Don't just jump to conclusions. Just because somebody else is saying something ugly doesn't mean that maybe they're going through something. Those are the things. He says that I don't have remorse. I have remorse. I live with remorse. That is the only thing. I got shingles from remorse. You don't ever want to get shingles. It's nasty stuff. He says that I lack insight. But everything that is pigeonholed in is she lacks remorse because she won't confess. She lacks empathy because she won't confess. She lacks insight because she won't confess. But I didn't do it. So if he pins everything on the fact that I won't confess, if he pins narcissism, which he does in this report, if he roots everything, all of narcissism based in the fact that I won't confess, then the fact that I'm factually innocent means there's no narcissism. He doesn't have any other reason to call me narcissistic. There's nothing in my trial transcript that shows narcissism. There's nothing in my childhood that shows narcissism. I cared for my siblings when they were coming up, the same way my mom cared for her siblings when they were coming up, because I learned from my mom. I go to church. We give to charities. I crochet blankets for children and veterans hospitals. I don't have to do that. There's a lot of people who don't, because nobody ever knows. You wouldn't have known if you hadn't asked. So it's not something I do, and I crocheted 500 blankets. They call me the machine. So, and I could have crocheted one blanket, got a chrono, that would have been in my e-file, but I've crocheted 500 blankets. And I do it simply because it's the right thing to do, because I care about veterans of foreign wars. I care about children whose homes are burned down or there's a tornado. So that's not narcissism. Those are not narcissistic traits. He labeled them. Finally, somebody, for the first time ever, gave me a list, because I told him I don't even know what narcissism means. He labeled in his report what it takes to be narcissistic and why he felt that it was. I don't fit any of those categories, and that's the reason I take exception with that. I take exception with that one because of that.
So two of the factors that he noted in his diagnosis are a pervasive pattern of grandiosity and a need for admiration.
Right.
Do you see that in yourself?
I do not. I think, I don't know. I would have to ask him why he said that. Probably because there was a movie and a book, but I didn't do those. I did everything I could to avoid a movie and a book. I did not talk to the author of the book because I didn't want a book. I didn't talk to the script writer of the movie and I didn't sign a release. So I don't know why they think that I want to be in the front pages. I did allow the media to talk to me when I was young. Right after I got arrested, I did talk to the media, but it was because I couldn't see my children. It was the only way that I could tell them I loved them, that I wanted them to know that I didn't just walk away from them. I wanted them to know, I love you, I miss you, I want you to be okay. But none of that ever hit the TV screen. And so I stopped talking to them. But I didn't talk to the media because I wanted to be on TV. You should look. My hair was always a mess. I certainly wasn't doing it to be glammed up. There were no false eyelashes. There was no high heels. It wasn't like that. I just wanted to get a message to my kids that your mommy still loves you. And that never hit the TV. And so I stopped talking to them. So grandiosity, I think one of the reasons is the vice chair. I'm bad with last names. I'm sorry. That's why I use first names all the time. The vice chair said that this all sounds really crazy. Everybody hates you. Well, that's his perception and your perception, but it's actually true, and I don't know why. But just because I'm aware of it doesn't make me grandiose. It makes me alert. It makes me aware that I have an enemy. I just don't know who it is. It doesn't mean that, I'm so important that somebody hates me. I'm not. I'm nobody. I was a mailman. That's all I was. And a mom. And a sister. And a daughter. I wasn't important. So, yeah.
Okay, last question for you. You wrote a letter to the Eugene office of the FBI.
Yep.
May 28th, 2020. And you wrote in that letter, in 2010, the Oregon Director of Corrections wrote a letter to me. He said he'd received instructions from an external agency directing the outcome of my 2010 parole hearing.
Yes.
Okay. Do you still believe that?
He did.
Yeah, okay.
I still have the letter.
And I ask because throughout today's hearing, you've said the things you've said were not allegations, they were questions. But so you would agree that this is an allegation?
Well, it's not an allegation. I sent him the letter.
So
I sent him the letter. I said the Director of Corrections sent a letter to me saying that your upcoming parole board will be handled by somebody else, and we are receiving instructions on how to handle it. And by who? You don't tell the Director of Corrections what to do, and it wasn't from you guys. Somebody outside of him was directing his conduct. He says, we are being instructed on how to conduct your parole board hearing. And I didn't understand what that meant. And I wanted to understand who more important than Oregon could do this. So, yes, every citizen in America has a right to ask the FBI to investigate something. That doesn't mean they're going to do it, but I have a right to my legal counsel, and I didn't have an attorney. I didn't have anybody that could find out who is controlling, who is causing the Director of Corrections, Oregon Director of Corrections, to write a letter to me. First of all, why would you even tell me that? Why would he even tell me that? Why not just do it? Why are you telling me that somebody, unless you want me to ask questions, that of course everybody on the planet who watches this thing on TV knows that I will bite. If you toss me a morsel and it hints of an answer to this crazy crap, I'm gonna follow the lead. I want to know why. Why did somebody do this? And so if somebody is giving the Director of Corrections instructions on what to do with me, there's only one more person more important than more powerful than the Director of Corrections. That's the governor. And on top of the governor, there's only the president. So I want an investigative agency to find out who, because I don't know. It was a question, but the letter was real.
So where's the
letter
letter?
was real. The FBI has it, huh?
Where's the
I didn't
letter?
say. I think I'm not going to tell you where it is, first of all, because I don't want somebody to go and take it. I have learned not to trust. It is in a safe place, but I know the FBI has a copy because I sent them a copy. Okay. So, yes, everything that I have that I don't want to be stolen is in a safe place.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Kuklinski.
I don't have any remaining questions. Thank you.
Okay. So we've got one last topic, Ms. Downs, and that's parole plan. So I reviewed what you submitted. I saw your goals. You listed out your goals for parole, the things you wanted to achieve. I know that originally you'd wanted to go into the veterans housing, but then that kind of fell through. So I'm just curious,
Yes.
Do you have any updates for us on what your parole plan would be, especially your housing plan?
My housing plans, my brother sent you a letter. I have three options. My sister was really upset at me that I did not tell her that she could write a letter and offer, because she wanted to bring me home too. So I have three housing options. I don't have money in the bank right now because I live on 16 cents an hour and an allowance from my mom. But each of them owns their own houses. My brother's house it's like a duplex. It's two houses conjoined by a great room. He wants me to come and stay there because he wants to be able to show me what the world is like. It's different. Phones are different. Banking is different. Getting a driver's license is different. He has a truck that he has graciously offered to let me use as long as I need. So James wants me to come there. My mom wants me to come there because since Dad passed, she's very lonely. We talk 3 times a week, and every time I call, she goes, I don't see you at my front door yet. I don't see you at my front door yet. So Mom really wants me to go there. And then my sister, Kate, she goes, how come everybody got invited to write a letter? I wanted to write one. So Kate would like to bring me home too, she and her wife. So, yes. So is housing. That's immediate housing. I am still spry. I'm 70 years old, but I still work full-time and double-time because I work for the unit. I volunteer for the unit the rest of the time. I can get a job at Walmart as a greeter if that's what it takes. I could work at Jack in the Box for minimum wage, which, by the way, is crazy now. So there's any number of clerical jobs that I can do. I can get a job for an attorney. I have been studying the law for a long time. I could get a job with just about any attorney in the neighborhood as a paralegal and do that online. I don't even have to go out and dig a ditch. So there's any number of jobs that I am capable, and once I'm out, I am certainly motivated. I'm a fire sign. I have energy. I can't just sit there and watch TV. I don't even do that in prison. I have to be physical and able-bodied in doing things. So I have housing. I have job skills that I can work as a clerk. I can work as a Walmart greeter. I can do just about anything. Just about anything.
Okay, thank you very much. You know, Ms. Downs, I've asked you a lot of questions today, and I think that covers all the questions that I had for you. So thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Cleaver. Any remaining questions?
No, what you submitted regarding your parole parole plan and the questions you've already responded to. I don't have any in addition. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and Ms. Brooks.
I also don't have any questions on this topic.
Mr. Reese.
Well, at the beginning of this hearing, when we were talking about finances and
Yeah.
there was the question about SSI benefits, and you said you didn't really know whether you'd receive a lump sum of over $100,000. That previously you seemed, at least on paper, to be pretty certain that would happen. I mean, you wrote that it would happen
Yes.
and that would support you.
Well-
So now it seems you're thinking maybe that's not going to happen. How does that shape your parole plan, if any?
I do know for a fact what Nathan told me. I trusted what Nathan said. So that would be compensation for the time I've spent in prison. I don't know if that's real or not. What I do know for a fact is real for SSI is that because of the girls that are paroled and they leave here, when they leave here and they are elderly, there is compensation future coming. If I accept that compensation, which is about they said $1,700, well, it's minimum wage. So $1,750 a month, and now it's more because minimum wage has gone up. Once I get a job, I get to pay that back. So it's not, they're investing in me, unless of course I'm too disabled that I cannot. It's SSDI. And Social Security's reasoning is, because of my age and because of the amount of years that I've spent in prison, I am clinically considered disabled because I have not been permitted to think for myself, which I disagree with. Yes, we are told when to go to bed, when to get up, when to eat, where to eat, walk the yellow line, but that still doesn't take our brains away. I still use my brain all the time, but clinically, we are considered disabled, so we are permitted to apply for and receive Social Security disability income. And that is a guarantee. That I know for a fact is because of the girls that have paroled and come back and told me about it. So, and I don't want to do that. That's why I didn't bring it up this time. I don't want to do that. But you want me to put something in writing, the parole board, not you. The parole board wants me to put something in writing that is certain. And when Nathan told me that, I believed it was certain. And so I put it in there because you don't want me to go out and be destitute. I'm not going to go out and live in my brother's house for the rest of my life, even though he wishes I would. I need to become an independent person again after I learn how to function in the world. And so I intend to get a job. And so, but the parole board wants something that's certain. And Social Security is certain because of my age. That's the only reason. I can't, Nathan gave me an amount. Nathan may have been lying. Nathan may not have been lying. I don't know. I won't know until the parole agent comes and gives me the application and explains it. I don't know how Nathan just imagined this. It was a parole agent that told him that. So I don't know. But I know for a fact from proven experience that there is Social Security disability income in the future. I would receive a check every month for that. And as soon as I get a job, I pay it back. I get to pay it back.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Kuklinski, any remaining questions?
Ms. Downs, just a couple clarifying points at your brother James's house. Is it just him and Mary that live at the home?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Would you have your own room there?
Yes. Their house is built like a horseshoe, and there's a separate living on each side, and then there's a great room in the middle. So I would have basically a two-bedroom apartment on my side. He and Mary would have a two-bedroom apartment on their side, and then we have the kitchen and great room in between.
Okay.
And it's off the beaten path. It's in the country. There's nobody there. It's on the edge. It's on a cliff. It's on the edge of a mountain.
And are there any kind of weapons or anything in the home?
No, no way, no way. No.
And are there any minor age children that visit the home?
No.
No
And there's none in the
grandchildren
neighbors.
or anything?
It's an elderly community. There's none in the neighborhood either.
None that come visit, like grandchildren or anything like that?
If they do, James and Mary never had children. James and Mary are without child. But my sister has grown kids. They're like in their 50s. And they have children. But John has kids that James and Mary sometimes entertain. And I have no problem, I know where you're going with this, I have no problem going somewhere else, renting a motel if I need to, going to Howard Johnson's until they have if they're having dinner or whatever.
Okay.
I've talked to James about this. He understands, and he said, that's not a problem. They come around like at Christmas time every other year. So, yeah.
Because I'm assuming you talked to him about this because you understood that you would likely, or that you would have a condition not to have contact with minors.
Yes.
Okay.
My friends have told me here that this is one of the stipulations they're going to have. And I said, I believe it. I believe it. So I told James about it, and he and Mary both understand. And I don't have a problem. Like I said, I'll go rent a motel for a week if I have to. It'll still be in the neighborhood. My parole officer will still be there. I'll still have contact with him or her.
Okay. And then the last question, this was something Dr. Guyton suggested last time when she met with you in 2020. She wanted you to include in your release plan, she wanted you to clearly identify how you will manage requests for your time and information from media and how you will deal with the stress of the media spotlight while living in the community. So that was something specific that she asked you to include in your release plan. I did not see it addressed in your submission.
I'm sorry, I forgot that. That was from 5 years ago, and I forgot that it was in there. I didn't review her thing, and Dr. Milky didn't put it in his, and so I didn't even think to send you. I will prepare something, but I can tell you on the record right now, and Fox is listening, I have absolutely no desire or willingness to talk to the media. I have nothing for the media. And where James lives, I don't think they can even find him. And I would hope that you would redact his address and phone number so that they could not easily find me. Where James lives, trust me, you would have a tough time finding him. So, yeah, I'm not worried about the media. I have no interest in them at all. None.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Thank you. So, Ms. Downs, this has been a pretty lengthy hearing, but we are getting really close to the end. And so I feel like we can just push through because I think we only got about 10 or 15 minutes left. So I just want to, Ms. Mayhew, does that fit your timeline for what you think you have to say?
Yeah, I'm going to be as brief as possible, and I'm wondering just one other thing is that Ms. Downs' brother, who's here, he is happy to make a brief statement just confirming the support that he would provide for her both financially and in her home upon her release, if you think that would be helpful right now, if you're happy with what he's written. But he has every intention of ensuring her that she's going to be safe, well cared for, and financially stable.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah, well, he can just talk if you want to get that on the record from him.
That's great. Thank you. So, Mr. Fredrickson, if you're on the line, I just want to let you know that you do have the right under the board rules as a support person for Ms. Downs to provide a statement to the board totaling no longer than 15 minutes. So it's totally up to you. If you want to say anything to us, it's really up to you. And so I'll just give you the floor, and you can say what you want, and then we'll move on to the next speaker.
Hi, thank you for the time, and thank you for the hearing today. I just want to let you know that Diane, she will have I'll make sure that society she'll have a place to live for the rest of her life if she desires, or until such a point that we can know that she's able to successfully move back into society. I'm not really proper with words necessarily, but I will make sure that she has 100% success. It is a U-shaped home, and there is a suite on the other side that is completely vacant and open. I don't have any kids, and they come visit once a year, and I go visit them once a year. So there's no guns in my house. What else is covered? That's about all I think I have. I want her to be successful in the real world, just as you would want her to be, and I believe that it's done. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you so much, sir, for being here, and for your letter that we did review and read, and also for your update here today at the hearing. It's appreciated. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I next want to check back in briefly with Lane County Deputy District Attorney Joanne Miller. Ms. Miller, I let you know that I would check back in with you just to see, is there anything else that you want to tell the board? Again, as you know, we have read your 5-page letter that your office submitted. Anything else you want to add to the board today?
No, we believe that letter covers sufficiently all the categories talked about today, and still believe that Ms. Downs is suffering from an addiction which made her dangerous in the first instance to system personality. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Miller, for being here. And again, for the statement on behalf of the Lane County Deputy District Attorney's Office. So, Ms. Mayhew, that means that you and Ms. Down now have the floor to have the closing word at today's hearing. So I'll turn it over to you for any closing statement either you want to do or with your client, however you want to work it.
Okay, Diane, if you're okay, I'll take this one. Is that okay?
Yep. Yeah. I've said enough.
Absolutely. Okay, so I'm going to be really brief, Mr. Bailey, and I'd like to first thank you for giving us the opportunity to present some additional evidence, and we're going to try and keep it very much focused on not trying to prove her innocence, because that's not the process here, but just to give some support for the fact that what Diane is saying is supported in certain instances, and that she's not being grandiose or making it up or anything like that. Doing a parole hearing for someone who claims innocence is always much more complicated than a regular hearing where we can really address things like insight so much easier. And in this case, it's particularly difficult. I think one of the questions that was asked is like, why you? Why is this case so famous? Why is this case so famous? That is a really, really good question that I don't think anyone really has the answer to. I was looking on the internet the other day, and this case was described in a recent 2020 article by ABC News as having been a national spectacle, and the nation was gripped to this case from the very beginning. And so I think that Diane, in some ways, has had to deal with this just outsized attention that really, doesn't make any sense particularly. I mean, every murder, especially every crime is horrific, every murder is terrible, and anytime children are involved, it's always particularly awful and tragic. And, of course, when a mother is accused, that becomes a more scandalous kind of a situation that people are far more judgmental of than when it's a man involved. I'm not just making that up because I'm a woman or because Diane Downs is a woman. It's just kind of a sort of fact. And it's also a much rarer situation. And over the years, Diane has been accused of enjoying the attention and being grandiose when she acknowledges it or recognizes it, but it is a fact. And so when she's told, Oregon made me famous, she's not saying that because she thinks highly of herself. She's saying that as an unfortunate recognition of the truth and the world that she's had to live in the last 42 years. Additional problems that Diane has faced is that she is not a demure, docile woman. She is a fighter. She has fought for herself at every point. She refuses to accept the status quo. She said from the very beginning that she's innocent, and I hope that the DNA motion that we're able to submit next week will go some way towards helping her discover the whole truth of this case, and everyone else as well. But it's been extraordinarily difficult for her, and I think that She's been maligned greatly, and at times I will say that Diane massively hurts herself because she is too outspoken, because she is too argumentative, because she will entertain any idea put into her head as a possibility, because she talks too much. I think that's true. And so I would ask you today to just consider that maybe Diane has some personality traits that don't make her look favorable to the board in the way that she behaves or the way that she presents to the world, but that doesn't mean it's evidence of her guilt. There's not much evidence, I think, that stands up as to actual culpability. In fact, I don't think there's anything really tangible other than the sense that everyone had that Diane must be guilty. And, you know, we address this in our motion, which I'm going to give to you, although, of course, not all of it is pertinent to what you're looking at. What I would ask you to do today is just go and take a careful look of Megan McNeil's evaluation. She went right through the history of the evaluations that Diane has received and shows kind of how this false narrative has been created about her. Also, it documents an enormous amount of her work in prison. It shows a pro-social person. Diane could not be receiving the letters of support that she's received and the commendations that she receives within her community if she was not a kind and pro-social member of her community. And she is. I've known Diane for over 2 years now, and she's always kind. She's always thoughtful. She is the least self-pitying female client I've ever had. In fact, I don't think she's ever been self-pitying. She is an optimistic person who's trying really hard, and that's been used against her so much. And so, yes, not all of her answers are ideal, and yes, there's a huge record that often gets used against Diane. But Diane's time in prison for the last few decades has been exemplary. She is clearly liked in the prison. When I go there, all the COs like, can you get her out? How's she doing? We really like her. We want her to go home. This is not, this is real. And so I'm just asking you to look at her record. Look and just consider the fact that some of her diagnoses may not be fair in the past, and that Dr. Megan McNeil, who spent the most time with her and dug the deepest into her past, gives her no narcissistic diagnosis at all. And I would also note that Dr. Milkey's diagnosis is not the same as Dr. Guyton's, and that they are coming from a place of assuming guilt, which is obviously their job, but it does massively hinder her when she's being told that she's not taking, that part of the diagnosis is that she's not taking responsibility for something that she's claimed innocence of for 42 years with the whole world against her. It's hard. I know how hard it's been. And so I'm not going to say anything more. I'm just going to ask you to look at the record carefully and consider that Diane Downs has been in prison for 42 years now, and she hasn't really done anything wrong in the last 20 years. And yes, she was young, and she tried to escape, and she wasn't ideal at the beginning because she was angry. Because she was angry about what happened. She was heartbroken. She didn't know how to fight for herself properly. So thank you very much. I'm not going to go on anymore. I appreciate all the time and effort everyone's put into this today. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Mayhew. So it's 1:40, and I think I had said by the end of the day to get us something in writing. Because it's getting close to the end of the day, let's do this. Can you get us something in writing explaining exactly what you are going to submit to us by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning?
Could I ask you to make it 2 p.m. because I have a call? No. Yes, as long as my client can call me by. Can you call me today?
Yeah. Yes,
okay,
I can.
Yeah. We'll do 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you're sure, we can go till noon or 2 if you'd prefer. It's up to you.
I would love it if it was noon.
Okay. Then let's do by noon tomorrow. And so essentially here, so Ms. Mayhew, the other thing I would ask from you and your client is when you submit the documents to us, please make clear that those are the total documents that are included in the letter you're sending us saying what you're sending us. Does that make sense? Because that way we...
A list of what we're going to provide, and then I'll provide it within 2 weeks.
Yes, because that way because if we get it early, we can close the record, give us time to review the documents, and then we can move to deliberations. We obviously... If the record stays open for 2 weeks, we're going to wait for the whole 2 weeks just in case something else comes in. So it's good for us to know that what you've submitted us is the final submission. So that makes sense.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And again, thank you to all of our participants for being here today. With that, the hearing is concluded, and the record will be left open for 2 weeks prior to today. If not close sooner because we get the documents that we're expecting from Ms. Mayhew, and Ms. Mayhew will get us a list of documents they are submitting by noon tomorrow. So with that, again, the hearing is concluded. Thank you again to everybody.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, that was, that surely was the full parole hearing. Yeah, they sent me the audio clips. Like I said in the beginning, the Oregon Parole Board sent me, they say that I can reach, I read the email earlier, they only send audio clips. How there is video around, I don't know. I don't want to get my hands in that business, because if that's out there from some other reason, it's not supposed to be. The Oregon, I'm going to go with what they sent. I have my email from them, and that's where I submitted the FOIA. So that's why it was audio only. Because they did advise that there were to be no recordings and stuff made while the parole hearing was going on. So I don't know how that stuff's getting out. It could be from, there is, like she said, her brother has a channel, and there is a channel on YouTube called the Diane Downs channel, or Diane Downs TV. I don't know if that's run by her brother, but if it is, then maybe he took the video there. But then I think other people have sniped it off his site. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to mess with this family. Okay? So this is coming from the Oregon Parole Board, and it's all kosher here. So anyway, what did you get from that? That she's, if anybody is that listens to that, thinks that she's getting parole, I'd love to talk to them for just a little bit. I don't even know how they let it go on that long, unless it was for their own entertainment. I don't know.
That's what I thought.
She has absolutely no accountability for anything she's done, nothing. Not even things like that have happened in the prison. No, that was a blue, powder blue, it was a light blue, it was a romper, sleeveless, legless, almost legless. How could I make a police uniform like that, a prison uniform? Come on! You had black fabric? A tiny little square. Oh, I think it says you here you had 3 yards. That's a lie. Okay, it's like ridiculous. But, wow.
Was she trying to make a prison uniform, huh?
Well, that's what it said. She had like all these escape attempts, and then she escaped the one time, and she's like, no, I was looking for the killer. I was trying to help the police find the killer. And they're like, oh, okay. If you were trying to find the killer, how come you were just in this guy's house? I guess she was formulating a plan, and then they found on her desk like a drawing of the prison, and she's like, oh my gosh, you guys keep saying how smart I am. Do you think I would leave that on my desk? That was a floor plan of a house that I was thinking about building. And they're like, then you removed the caulking from your window? Oh my gosh, I did not.
Fell out.
She's like, yeah, it was out of there when I got the cell. I wanted the lady to come over because I guess she thought she was going to get her security deposit back, right? So she pointed out, oh, but of course you don't have that. Oh, how that caulking was falling out. How am I going to get through a 3-inch window? Look at the size of my face. So yeah, everything was somebody else's fault. And they're like, what about your kids? I didn't shoot my kids. I feel responsible because I was driving there and I'm too trusting. And they're like, do you have any weaknesses or flaws? It's a hard one. Too trusting. That's what it is. Just I'm too trusting. That was crazy. Anyway, it looks like we are having an auction tonight. So, I did put a redirect on this. It is at 9:45. So, see you there. After that, we will continue the Casey Anthony saga. There's a lot more interviews that I have from friends and stuff.
Honey, how's the Brian Walsh jury?
Brian, well, I'll check that tonight. Did they seat the jury?
Yes, I want to know.
Oh, you don't know if they did?
I didn't check no.
Let me check. I'll tell you something else. That Georgia Matthew Land's trial, their audio on their interviews is, I can't even listen to it. I didn't know I was getting a headache. It was giving me such a freaking headache. Everybody in the chat was saying, like, what the heck is wrong with their audio? It was terrible, terrible. I have a FOIA out to them, so I'm going to get my own copies of it and see what I can do. Hey, Super Chat Cat, thank you for becoming a member. Yay! Yay! We got 3 new members this live. Very good. 3 new members this live. Wonderful. 3 new members and 2 Super Chats. That's great. Welcome, Super Chat Cat. So anyway, and other big news is I'm going to check on that other thing, but it's very hard for me to watch that Matthew Land's trial when they're showing the interviews and stuff. You can't. It has like the whole sound system of that whole court is bad. Scooter can't hear it because I think she can't hear certain frequencies, but there's something that sounds like a tea kettle hissing in the background, and it's constant, and other people mention it in the chat. And then when they go and they put the interviews on, oh my gosh, it's horrendous. Even the people, like, I hope the judge can hear this better than we can. So I just can't. I was getting such a headache. That's why I said, let me do Diane Downs. Because
you don't need hearing aids, honey?
I don't need them because I hear everything.
Scooter?
Scooter does need hearing aids, and she knows it. Yeah, and I don't think she hears certain frequencies, because I think when your hearing is going, that's some of the first stuff to go, is that you don't hear on certain frequencies.
How come you can't hear me?
I can hear you. If I don't hear you, then it's selective. Okay. Now, let me check on Brian Walsh. But, yeah.
That's going to be a thing.
I don't know. It's so bizarre. I think he's gonna plea out anyway, the whole thing.
What?
I think he'll end up pleading out the whole. How could you, like somebody said, it's like saying, what did they say? I ate the chocolate, but I didn't eat the cake.
Well,
He admits he disposed of his wife's body, but he didn't kill her.
But I got it. Listen, but he didn't. Maybe she fell. Maybe he's scared.
Okay,
He pushed her. And
Jimmy,
she
an
fell.
innocent person
I know
does
that.
not hide a body
I know
when
this.
their spouse fell.
No, he didn't. I cut her all up and stuff with a hacksaw.
Okay, that's
Get
not
the
the.
story straight.
That is
He
not
didn't
the.
freaking hide her.
It's not the actions of an
Come on,
innocent.
honey.
It's not the actions of an innocent
He
person.
cut her up, scattered her all around different dumpsters or something.
It's not the actions of
Yeah,
an
but
innocent
listen,
person.
Right, but I know that, but he's gonna try to play the game like maybe she fell or maybe who knows? It's something like that where he didn't really deliberately kill her.
The jurors are seated. 12 jurors now are seated. 3 more jurors seated in this section.
How many juries did it take?
12. Oh no, they still have to get 4 more. They have to get the 4 alternates. So there's not going to be. That'll be all day tomorrow. And he may plea out.
Start right after that.
It's the most ridiculous thing. They probably, I don't know if they'll start it on a Friday. They might wait till Monday. Who knows? It's bizarre. But anyway, so that and Matthew Land's. Let's just see how that courtroom ended today. If they rested or what. It's ridiculous. I just can't. It's so hard to listen to them. Let's see. Day 3. Defense presents arguments. Who did they arrest?
You gotta send Scooter.
What scooters?
Scooter stuff.
Defense presents arguments. Okay, let's see here. I know they were asking for a mistrial or something because of something they did during the interview, but they said no, it's not a false confession or anything. Let me see here. Lance's defense attorney says that his client believed he was being set up by a government agency like the CIA and FBI.
Who's this?
This other trial. It's crazy. They have 2 sons. They live in a really nice area, really nice houses, and the people behind them, the first son terrorized the people, okay? But no, you don't hear anything about them where they are. They sold their house. This young couple buys it. They have a 2-year-old. And then, meanwhile, this is all in the same year, 2021. The one brother goes and moves to, after he terrorized those people, and he had like charges against him, he moved to Virginia. He went into the Pentagon and stabbed and killed a police officer and then shot himself. Okay? That's their one son. Now their other son, the new people move in, right? He's in college. He has an apartment somewhere. Comes back to his parents' house. He's smoking a cigarette in the backyard. He's looking at, they just put up their Christmas tree in their new home, right?
Right.
He goes in there, breaks a window, kills him, shoots the parents dead, leaves the 2-year-old in the house. 2-year-old is cuddling with the parents' body, blood all over him.
What's wrong with this guy?
Yeah, so anyway, 2 sons, okay? Mother goes to the son's apartment, like, did you have anything to do with that? And he's like, no, I didn't. So she takes his gun. Guy has a gun. So she takes it. No, he wouldn't give it to her. The father had to go there. Father gets it. Father goes, hides it in his bedroom. Okay? Because the son said, whatever. 2 days later, the kid breaks into another house. Okay? Ends up stabbing a police officer. Then they get him out of there. 2 sons in 1 year. It's crazy. And they both, like, I must be thinking, they must be.
Dead, right?
One's dead, but it sounds like they're both thinking, like, the CIA, like, sounds like they're both, like, schizophrenic or something. I don't know what they are.
What the hell? So there's a trial for this?
Yeah, right now. And the guy, he looks like he's catatonic, how he sits in the court. He looks like he's catatonic in the courtroom. Yeah. Crazy. Okay. Let's see. So the defense, let's see. Defense says he believes he was being set up by the CIA or FBI. I'm gonna sneeze. Hey, shoo. God bless you, Carolyn. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Let me see. I don't see. Hold on, just sneeze. Hey, shoo. God bless you, Carolyn. Thank you. Okay. Anyway. Oh, I got my new Murdaugh book. That's what I had to tell you guys. Hold on a minute. I gotta blow my nose for 1 second. I want to tell you about my Murdaugh book. Hold on. Okay. All right, so I got my new Murdaugh book. Where are you guys? I gotta find you. I gotta tell you about this. It was, I don't know if it's still out of stock on Amazon, but I got it. It's the one that's by Blanca. Hold on a minute. And I think what I'm gonna do, since I have to do a certain number of member videos, what I'm going to do is do some member videos. So all of you that became new members today, yay, yay. It's within the House of Murdaugh. So I'm going to do reviews on the chapters or reactions. And those will be members only. Because I just wrote a note of how many do I have to do members lives. I have to do like 6 shopping lives, so get ready for shopping lives. You're going to see a lot of Black Friday stuff. And I have to do 5 or 4 more members lives, so I'm going to do it on this book, members lives. Yeah. What happened? No, someone gets hurt, you call 911. Oh, yeah. You're talking about Walsh, yeah. What's he going to say? Yeah, I freaked out. I like that. I found my wife dead and I freaked out. I cut up her body and I hid it in dumpsters in my mother's condo complex. Yeah, because I was so freaked out. Yeah, okay. You're so freaked out, but you're cutting up a body? Come on. Crazy. And these people walk among us, and he's already had a scam with Andy Warhol paintings. It's crazy. Crazy. So anyway, I'm going to let you guys go. We have an auction at 9:45. After that, we're doing Casey Anthony, and we will also check in with those trials. Thanks so much for coming in. Thank you so much for the new members. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for your support. I appreciate you guys very much. Love you. God bless. Prayers. See you later tonight, 9:45. And then after that. All right? Thanks for the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up if you haven't on your way out. Love you guys. Bye.